My mate Valery, he's bringing in the machine. It's called a Zweiboiker, which means pile beater. Just unloading the piles now onto the ground here. Hello YouTube. So I'll show you my land and why I chose this. I've explained it in earlier videos, but well, let's show you. So this is the road to Star Russa. I can see very quiet, and that's the road to Ilmen, very quiet, and this is the road to my land. The town is actually about 2 kilometres to there, and the first shop's about just under a kilometre up that way, and Ilmen is about 12 kilometres directly down that road there. And you can see we've got farmers' land here. Actually it's used for grazing cows and what have you, nothing else there. So this is going. This is post foundation. I'm doing this video. I intended to do it before that, but didn't work out that way. So anyway, so this is my little road. The neighbours have put in got some sand and stuff to put onto their land, but they haven't done it yet, so it's waiting there. This is my uchastek down here, as you can see. As you can see here, I don't know if I've talked about this before, but it's 3 cables, actually there's 4 cables running, which is 3-phase electric, which is ideal. And there's the gas coming in to that neighbour. There's the gas point over there, so very easy to connect to the gas. That's the pile machine we used yesterday, which you will see in future videos. This road here runs up to a pond, and this is my land here. So you can see that's a little shed we built last summer, which I didn't video. Unfortunately I should have done it, but never did. And here is the land has been levelled off. As you see, it's very muddy post foundation build. And when I'm filming this, that's the foundation in. You see we're quite level, and it's actually a very dry place here. There's no big problems with wet land. And see, I got a nice, that's the silver birch, or beryoza in Russian. These trees are, I've forgotten what they're called. And we've got a big, which is absolutely Eva in Russian. It's absolutely beautiful in summer. It's very, it's a beautiful thing, and it's all green, obviously. And you can sit under there. It drips on you all night. Then we've got toppleware. Not sure what that is in Russian. And that's the land. There's the sun. So yeah, that's our uchastek. This is where I'll be building our house later, in later videos. The next videos you're going to see are, if you're following this, is the putting in of that foundation, which we did yesterday. It's very nice. As you can see, we're surrounded by forests, which is absolutely gorgeous once it's clear. These actually bushes all need clearing back. It needs to be, the forest needs to be cleaned up a bit, and so you can possibly walk in there, because in the summertime this is just completely green. And in these bushes, all the horrible nasties that fly and bite you like to sit. So we need to clear that out. And now we've preserved. Oh, yes. Show you this is one of the markers of the land where I put in a piece of tubing, another piece of it. There's 4 of them. And we've preserved this bit of forest here because we wanted some. I know we're surrounded by forest, but we wanted our own bit. Guess you never know, do you? And it was a shame to chop these trees down, but gorgeous. It's absolutely lovely here in summertime. Yeah, you've got a little bit of forest, and the fence will be running up the back there somehow. Yeah, and there we are, where the house is going to be. Something on. I wrote about. I said about having somewhere to stay while you're building. Obviously, we built that. If you're having somebody to do this for you, obviously not everyone's got access to a pile machine. If you've got somebody else doing this for you, you need to put in one of either a container or something for your workers to live in, and you need a toilet as well. Now that's our makeshift toilet, and it's a very typical standard thing in Russia where they dig a hole in the ground. Well, ours is actually a real toilet in there, but you need that, and you need that. I need electric. Now we haven't got electric connected yet because I didn't think there's any point to doing it in winter. So we've got a neighbour who's allowed us to run a line into our place, so we've got electric. Hi, good morning. So this is day 2, and we arrived last night and we unloaded the piles and the machine, and I'll show you those now, and I'll show you the early morning cold land. So I'll turn you around. So as you can see, that's the machine and the piles, they're over there, and this is where, over here is where the house is going to go, or the foundation is going to go. Some points I'll show you about some of the early videos. I mentioned about the marking of the boundaries, and you can see this is one of the markers I put in when we had ours done, a metal tube so it doesn't get lost, and there's one in each corner, there's one over there, not sure, I'll show you. Actually, this ground is snowy and it's a little bit cold, and it's much better for us because you're not covered in mud. So there's another one in the corner. See another piece of tubing I banged into the ground. There it is. And up the back here, to the trees. Where are we? Up in this corner, quite a distance. That's up here in this corner. This is the third marker, right there. That's the third one. It's another piece of metal tube I banged into the ground. So it's stable and I won't get lost in the building process. Very important that your borders are correct, so that you don't have any problems later. My fourth one is down in this corner here, which is right there in the ground there. Bit of tubing again in there, nice and stable. I know exactly where it is. I'm going to put some string across the markers to get the exact location of the borders, and then once I've got that, put in the markers of the 4 corners of the foundation, and then we'll work on putting the other markers in exactly where the piles are going to go. Once that's all done, then we can begin putting the piles in slowly into the positions. So what we'll do now is get some line on the borders. So now I've got some white string and I'm going to mark the border going down that direction, so we can get a measurement from it. So that's now the position of the borders marked out with string across there and across there. Next I need to measure from distance from the border from there and from there, so I can put a first corner marker in. So now I've measured from the border to the first corner, which is 8 meters. Next I have to measure from this one down to there, the length of the foundation. And in this case, I've got my plan here. In this case, we're going 14 meters, 300 millimeters. So 300. So that's the way, and then put a marker down there. And again, that must be 8 meters from the border. And that gives us also a parallel to the border. So this house is going to be straight onto the back border of the house, of the land, because the road doesn't run straight to the straight to the land. It's sort of at an angle. So I decided that it's going to be at the back. It's going to be parallel to the back. So I'll put that line in now. So that's the line put in from there, 14 meters, 300 millimeters. Next is that corner there. That corner there, we use a diagonal measurement to get that corner over there. I've already got the diagonal measurements marked out. Sometimes I come to foundations and they haven't got the diagonal measurement worked out properly, or it's wrong. That comes quite often. So you can download a little program from the Play Store or App Store, wherever you're using, called Diagonal Measurement or something. And there's one online called Diagonal Online, in which case you put the two lengths in and it gives you the diagonal measurement. So now we'll get a measurement from the diagonal, so we're going from here, diagonal to that corner, and from that corner down to there. So the idea is that you get one line from there, which should equal what your measurement is supposed to be. So in this case we're going 14.3 and 9.4. 300 millimeters, and just talking lies, 300 millimeters and 400 millimeters, and the diagonal should hit this part here at 17,112. I've got here 17. We're about 5 mil out. You can add that there like that. There we go. Within a couple of millimeters, and that's where the final one goes in. And then you just measure, check it off. Yeah, 3, 4, 17,112, 17,1. Oh, about 3 millimeters. Over 17 meters, 3 millimeters. I'll get away with that, I think. So this is the foundation. It's marked out, but it's very hard to see on camera. It's even hard to see in real life, like. But what we've done, not sure if you can see this, but there's a line running, and every so often there's a marker where a pile's going to go. And you see here, and here, and here. And then along this way as well, the markers are in. You see one here. Very difficult to catch it on camera, I think. But yeah, That's I was recording on the other camera and it died on me. So it's the cold weather. The battery just is not lasting, unfortunately.
Well, we're about to, well, I'm about to get the pile down to the foundation. And That's it. On the bit, our foundation's finished.
Hello, welcome to another YouTube video. On this part of the project, it was a freezing cold day and the audio was terrible. I've just got wind noise everywhere. It wasn't to be avoided. So I'm doing this audio voiceover to tell you what we're doing. So the day is freezing cold. It's actually day 2 and we'd finished putting the last of the piles of the foundation in. And now we have to use this nivelier or theodolite in English, to establish a level of the piles. And that level is up to the individual how high he wants the pile. It's not an architectural thing, it's just a personal preference. I wanted to be around about 45, but my wife insisted that it should be a bit higher, so we basically went for a height that was comfortable to cut the piles at, to make it easier for us really. We decided at 60 centimeters from the highest point. And as you can see here, we're just checking the instruments and whatever and getting ready to find the first level. So the first level has been put on at 60, and I'm just checking to get a measurement on the linacre, which is that thing, I don't know what it's called in English. Basically I can see all the numbers on there, and I take a reading of those numbers, and then once I've got a reading, Valeria there will mark on that thing the exact reading, and then we come back and check it to make sure it's correct, and then we just apply that level across the whole foundation. So he goes to each pile and I give him instructions, move up or down until the correct level is achieved, and we go from pile to pile doing that. It's very simple way of doing things, but it gives you an accuracy really across the whole foundation, the whole level, of around about 3 millimeters, give or take. Obviously we're cutting them with an angle grinder, so there's always going to be some discrepancy, some slight error. I mean, you count things like the actual disc itself on the cutter, which is about 5 mil thick. So it's but it's very close. It ends up around about 3 to 5 millimeter difference between piles, which is within building normality, if you like. So you can see we're running through it, and once we finish this, then we'll move on to the next bit, which is marking up the piles and cutting the piles. at this point of the foundation, it was getting so cold and horrible. The snow was just coming down, the wind was howling. We decided to quit it for the day. And at this point, I think the camera falls over at one point. So I quit here and then carried on the next morning when the weather had improved quite a lot. We've got all the piles cut, as you can see. The partner's gone. He had to go back home. So I'm left alone to finish up. What I'm going to do now is check the diagonal measurements across the whole foundation and make sure that everything's in order, how much we're on, how much we're off. Piles move around in the ground, to the left, to the right, forward, backwards. You hit something that lean at an angle, there's a whole range of things. So because of that, the way we counter that is we've got these, in fact I'll show you one. We've got these caps called Golovka or Plastina, and these caps go on top of the pile and they're put in with anchors in here and here. But to counter the movement of the pile, we can move them left or right, or we can swap it and we can go forwards, backwards to best suit. There's about the average obvязка that's going to go on here is 15 centimeters or 20 centimeters, and this has 5 centimeters each side of extra, so you've got wiggle room if you like. So what we're going to do now is check the diagonal of there's 3 diagonals to check. Once I've got those there right, then I'll fix these 3 caps and then move along the caps and set them according to the plan where they're supposed to be, and then put them all in line. And once it's all in line, I'm happy, then I can go along with drill them out and put in the anchor bolts in. Once the anchor bolts in, that's it, the foundation is completely finished. Okay. The first measurement I got is across there, and obviously picking this up on voice, I hope so. I haven't got the mic on because it's too far away from the camera, but I've used some old drills to put it in here to get the exact centre of the pile. From this I can measure diagonally across the other side, those are the tallest ones. So the diagonal across the whole foundation is actually 4 millimeters out of sync, which is, you can't even count it. It's not worth bothering with 4 millimeters. So 17 should be 17 meters, 112 millimeters, and it's 118 or something. It's about 4 mil out, which is pretty good for us. So now to check the other 2 diagonals, they might be very much different. So the results are in. This diagonal we're out by 1 centimetre and 8 millimetres, which again is within tolerance, it's no problem. And on the other one it's about 7 millimetres out, which is what, just over half centimetre, which is again, you can't even count it. Normally 5 centimetres is kind of pushing it a bit, you know. But that amount it's what's the Russian word for it? Perfect. So now we're going to use the tape measure and measure up the piles and put the caps in according to measurement. Now everything's lined up correctly, I can now put a line across the top of them and align them. What we do is, what I've done is gone around the outside, the contour of the foundation, put those in place. Then I run a line across each section and align those as well. But everything's pretty much okay. There's nothing too desperately out of place there. The very important thing is the diagonals are in place when they are. So on with the line. So I've put a line on across the piles for this row here, and I'll just show you how it looks. Now, as you can see, the line's running down across the top of the piles, and you can see they're all very much in line, which is what we wanted. Doesn't always work out that way. If we hit something like stone in the ground or whatever, and the piles move about, but this time it's worked out okay. Well, it would do, it's mine. Now I'm going to check the rest of the rows and make sure everything's in line. Once I'm happy with everything's in line, then I can go in with the anchor bolts. It's looking like tomorrow because it starts trying to snow again, and it's pretty dark. Not sure if the camera's picking it up, but it started to snow again. But all the caps are on now. They're all aligned properly. Diagonal is all fine. So all I've got to do tomorrow morning is drill the anchor bolts and put the anchor bolts in, which shouldn't take too long, about an hour to finish that up. And that'll be the lot. So I'll see you tomorrow morning. So now this morning, I've got to put in the anchor bolts. So put the cones on first, and then double check the measurements, and then everything's all messed up, and then check all the measurements again, and then put in the rest of the anchor bolts. These are the anchor bolts we're using, the 6mm hole, that goes in, and then you hit that, and that's it, it's secured.
So this is just a final view of the foundation after it's completed. The piles are all in, the caps are on, and the anchor bolts are in place.
Incidentally, just I suppose I never said, but the cost of these things are around about 5,000 rubles per pile. That's beat, with the cap on, cut, and with the anchors in, completed. Normally 38 here, and 40 piles you'd put in about 2 days. It took me a little bit longer because it was snowing and snowing and snowing and raining yesterday. As you can see, I'm back at the land, and the weather has changed a little bit. We're now in May, towards the end of May, and our material, our free. If you watch my previous video, you'll see that we're getting free material, free timber. So that's coming. It's in the sawmill now. I was going to do a video of that, but time didn't allow me to do it. I was only there for a short time. So that's in the sawmill now, and then that'll be arriving in a few days. So what I'm doing now is all these pieces of pile that are left laying around, I'm going to use those as supports to put the timber on, so to keep the timber off the ground so that it can dry properly. That's our first lot of timber arrived. Unfortunately the camera fell over, I didn't catch loading it, but we'll try and catch the second lot. This is our first consignment of timber that's come. That's been cut up from the sawmill. As you can see, it's we've got a mixture here of stuff that we're gonna, but it's all useful. We've got here. This is called Dimovka. This is 10 by 25. But you can see there's it's not first class material. Obviously, it's been cut from free material. So we've got this. Get away. We've got this bark that has to be removed off everything because you get woodworm in it. It's really not to be used. It's that would be really be classed as, if you were to buy it, that would be classed as second sort. That one there. And first sort is this stuff here, which is obviously nothing like that. No holes, nothing. Good material. So when material comes like this, you can see that it's laid on the plank to plank. Now this is very dry, but if you do that, what you get is mould growing under here, and it goes black, and it's very quick. Within about, if there's no rain and it's a sunny day, that will go black inside with mould in about, I don't know, maybe a week, if you're unlucky. Even with full sunshine on it, it will go black and mould it, and then you can't. Well, you can use it, but you'd have to sterilise it all and clean it all. So my priority now is to, every piece of this has to be moved somewhere else and stacked with a spacer in, so that air can get into it. Doesn't matter about the top can be closed up so that air can get in and dry it off. There's something important here that you should have. If you can get all, well, you can't get all. This came from Ozone. It's a vlažometer, a moisture tester, and you can see here it's got two prongs on the top. Ow! And you just switch it on, and you put it to the correct type of timber. So we're a larch pine, which is what we're going here. So we'll go BD, and then stick it in to your timber, and sticking timber, and it gives. I'll put it on hold here. So you can see that this is about 12% moisture. 12% moisture it's ideal. It's very, very dry timber. Often it comes, if it's new, it's going to be 30% or more. You can't use it because when it dries, the wood shrinks, and if it shrinks, then obviously you get, when you're making your frame, you get gaps in the frame. We'll go through all that. But that's one piece, and you can see all over. I'm testing stuff all over. This is the 150 by 25s at 10. This here is 150 by 50s. Wait, can't get it to stick in. That's at 10, 10.8. It's all very dry material, even some different material here. That's what coming out at 11. So it's all basically, and you want to be somewhere between 18 and 20% of moisture. No more than that. Any more than that, you've got to let it dry. This stuff here, I wasn't expecting it to be dry like that, but it is, and so because of that, we can actually use it immediately. I wasn't planning on doing that, but there we go. So what's going to happen now is that the second load is coming. He's gone back to load up. He'll be coming back, and then that'll be unloaded over there, and then tomorrow, I will start today actually, today and tomorrow. Every piece of this has to be moved and restacked with spacers to let air flow, otherwise it will go black. And also, ideally, it should be covered in antiseptic, but because of the dry nature, and also something else, I'll show you. 1 second. This has been cut when it was already dried. Like I said, it was cut in the winter. It was sitting all winter, drying, and then it's just been cut up into boards now. Just today, yesterday. So the result is that when it's dry and cut, you're not going to get any shrinkage. So this is coming out at 150 millimeters by what we're getting here, 25, and then on the main pieces, which is the main important pieces, 149 millimeters by 48 or something like that, and they're all roughly about the same, about 49, 50, 150, practically 150 everywhere. There we go. And that's because it's dry. If that had been wet material, when it dries, you lose about a centimetre, so you'd be down to 140 millimetres. So that's, for me, is absolutely ideal. Yeah, it's what more can you say? This is free material from the government, from the Russian government. What country gives their citizens free timber like this? Nobody. So for all the Westerners out there who think that Russia is such a bad place, go to your local government and ask them for free timber and see what answer you get. Alright, so now as you can see, the second lot has arrived. Sorry, in that video there previously, I hope. So now I've got to get it sorted out quickly. It's starting to just touch of rain. I don't want to get it anymore. I don't want to get it damp. Some of the stuff here is fresh cut, and it's all fresh cut, but some of the stuff is not dry like the other stuff. Some of it is very wet. It's 30% moisture, so it has to be stacked now. I can't hang about and wait for that one. So get on with it.
So now we've got all the timber here, and I've been stacking it all day. So a layer of wood, then spacer, then a layer of wood. Now unfortunately my wife is ill at the moment, so I didn't want to go to town and leave her to go and buy antiseptic, but ideally you should spray one side, spray the other side, put the next layer on. But like I said, my wife was also, I didn't do that. So what I've done is I've got this thing here, this spray thing, and I've got this stuff which is antiseptic concentrate, and the idea is that basically I shove this in between each layer like this. So I'm going to show you this. If we can get some camera, but get a bit further away so you might be able to see. You shove it into all the holes and antiseptic it. And the reason for that is that this timber is fresh, and although it's dry, fairly dry, some of it's very dry, some of it's not so dry. The reason is that if you don't do it, if you don't antiseptic it or conserve it, you'll get black mold growing on it, and the black mold will grow in a day or two. It's really not long. This stuff came yesterday, and it was cut yesterday and brought yesterday, and straight away I could see a black shadow appearing on some of the planks. I thought, God, I've got to get it sorted. So that's the reason I went straight at it this morning, to lay it out, to get air in there to stop that from happening, and then I'm spraying it now for the next lot, and there's a lot to do. I will lay it on, spray the other side, and then do the next layer. It's a bit longer process, but that way it's fully conserved, and no black mold will grow. That black mold is, when it's unsightly, it's not good for you. You get black mold growing on your timber that you're building a house from. You're going to be breathing that in. And I've seen plenty of things on YouTube where they've been building frame housing. They've got black mold growing on the timbers, and it's a big no-no. Don't do it. It's not professional, and it's bad for you. The other thing is, probably mentioned earlier in the video, that to remove the skin or the bark off the timber, that's where woodworm lurks. So if you're going to, like, there's some stuff here that I wouldn't even use anyway. But to remove that bark, if there's like a thin bit down the edge, and it's not going to cause any harm. I mean, these will probably be used for on the roof afterwards. We'll go through that later. So it doesn't really matter how straight they are or whatever. It's just spacing material between the roof and the metal roof. So not that important, but certainly to remove the skin, because that's where your woodworms live, and we don't want that. Okay, so now I'll show you what I've done so far, and then I'll do some more, and I'll continue videoing tomorrow. So this is the stuff I've done so far. As you can see, it's got a layer on it, a layer, then a spacer, then a layer, then a spacer, then a layer, like that, so the air can flow through it. When you've done that, don't cover it up fully. You cover the top up and leave the sides open, so that it stops rain dropping down onto it, but air's moving through it. And the same here with this pile. This, incidentally here, this stuff is really, I won't use that, I'll just chop that piece off, but that's what you would get if you were buying third sort material or C grade material. That's what you'd get. Second sort, you would maybe get something like, second sort, you'd be getting pretty much good planks, but you'd get some with bits of on like that you have to clear off. And then first sort is absolutely clear with nothing on it at all. So that's one lot we've done. Here's the next lot that's ready to be sprayed. I thought I was going to spray that now in a minute. Then here's this is the main beef of the delivery, which is the 150s by 50s, which is all good stuff. There is some slightly moist in there, but generally it's dry. It's mainly dry. That's all got to be sprayed tonight before I can go to beddy buys. And then tomorrow, that's as high as I want to go, because more than that chance I'll fall over on me, kill me to death. I don't want to be killed to death. So this stuff tomorrow. So I've got 3 blocks here. There's some more Dimofka there, some 150 by 50s, 150 by 50s. This is a mix up really. But yeah, just for information, that pack there is 6 cubic meters. That one there, that's 6 cube. That's what you get, 6 cubic meters. So on with some spraying. So this is the stuff now that's set out and drying. This is the these are reiki at the bottom there, which is 25mm by 50mm spaces. Then you've got some 50s by 50s there, some 100s by 25s, and some 150s by 25, which are, so you got reiki, then the next one 50 by 50 is reiki, and then 100 by 50 is 100 by 25. They are subflooring or on the roof, and you've also got 150 by 25, which is also subflooring on the roof. They can be mix and match, the 100s or 150s, doesn't matter, the same thickness. It's of no importance. It's just whatever you can get out of the timber at the time. And then over here we've got, this is more Dimovka, which is, these are all 150s by 25s. As you can see, 2 days under pouring rain, and they're already dry. Beautiful. And then the main, this is the main meat of the stuff, for the main frame, which is 150s by 50s. There's a couple of 50 by 50s in there. That's the main stuff. A couple of 50s by 50s there. Sneaked in. But you can see it's been rain 2 days, and even stuff that's exposed at the end here, it's still drying out. It's no problem. It's all spread with antiseptic, so there's going to be no problems. You see, it's all under here. It's all dry. This is all dry. So, obviously, that's the way you stack it. So you've got a layer, then a spacer, then a layer, then a spacer, like this. And you leave the sides open so that, although it's raining from above, below, to the sides, you're still getting air traveling through. So even if it does get wet, even if it's like a major thunderstorm, it's still going to dry out. It's not going to do anything to it. And the antiseptic will help it. It's basically internal moisture of the timber rather than the outside of it. It's where the problems are. This, once it's thoroughly dried, I mean it's mainly dry already, it should shrink a little bit, but not much. And see, these are the 2 blocks here. That there is 6 cubic meters, and then these 2 here together are 10, the 5 and 5. This is a bit lower, that's a bit higher, an extra cubic meter in there. So that's what, you can see it's all stacked in there. You see the amount of rain, it's raining again now. I see the amount of water that's laying from the rain. Absolutely horrible weather. I was desperately I was up at 6 this morning trying to get this finished up, and yeah, managed it. But yeah, look at the water here. It's unbelievable, the rain this time of year. And there's the other 2. And that's the last lot there, which is 150s by 25s Dimovka. So that's it. For terminology, those are Dimovka. These are Oberhausen Doski. Doski is just a plank. And then same over there, Dimovka there, and behind it the same thing. So that's all that there. So we've got these here, and that there, and that there is 22 and a half cube actually. Hi, so we've just arrived at our land, and I'll give you a quick look at how it's looking. It's a bit overgrown over the month that we haven't been here, so I'll give you a view. It's grown a bit since we've been away. Last month has been constant rain in St. Petersburg, and here in Novgorod it's been the same. And you can see we've still got a lot of water laying. I was hoping this would all be dried up and it would be sunny weather now, but it's still a lot of water laying. But that's only one part. The important bits are not wet, so around here we've got some water here. Over here it's dry, and on the foundation we're all dry. There's a little bit here, and a little bit here. Nothing serious, nothing I can't work with. A little bit there as well back. So yeah, that's just one of them things we have to work through. But other than that, it's okay. It's going to be supposed to be sunny now for the next 3 days, so I've got 3 days to everything's in blossom and beautiful, everything's cool. There's quite a bit of water in the middle here actually, I didn't notice that, so that's okay. It's not going to stop work. As you can see, we're way overgrown here. Because I'm on limited time, it's 50-50 whether I actually cut this down or not, and I'm thinking probably I won't. And the reason is because when we had this land cleared twice, it left clay, and you can see it here, and eventually we want to get some land, some soil fetched in and put a layer of soil on it so things will grow better. But clay, when it's been cleared like this and it's wet, even a slight drizzle of rain, and it's awful to work with. It's absolutely horrible to walk on. It's terrible stuff. And so I was thinking just leave this to grow here. Just leave it to grow wild a bit, and it's something better to walk on than plain clay. It's still trying to rain now, but it'll be a bit better. So keep getting eaten by mosquitoes, but the timber's all good. That's come undone a bit, but nothing too drastic. Nothing's too drastic here. It's all very good. Nothing's turned black. That's the main important thing. This stuff here is very dry. Nothing's gone black. It's all good. It's all worked out very well. We'll open it up to. It's supposed to be sunny for the next few days, so we'll open it up tomorrow and get maximum sun. But I had a quick look here on the meter, and as you can see, we're in the centre of the timber, which is important, not just the ends. We're at 17.8, basically in across all the timber. We're around about that. You can see over here, pick a random one and stick it in. There again, we're at 18, so we're under 20, so that is absolutely fine. And you can, that's across all of it. What are we on here? Yeah, we're about 21 there, so it's fine. There will be the odd one that's wet, but as we use it up, I'll just keep the meter to hand and just check it as I'm using it. If it's very wet, just put it to one side and let it dry off and use the other stuff. We're only here for a short while, maybe a week, maybe 10 days, so obviously I won't be able to use all of that in that amount of time on my own. So this stuff over here, well, that stuff over there was wetter, and this stuff over here was drier. And let's have a look in the centre here. Wait, switch it on. On and go up to the mode, which is for larch and pine. That's the one I'm looking for. Wait, get sticking. Yeah, this one here, as you can see that we're at 16 here. So this stuff's a bit drier, so probably I'll use this stuff. Yeah, we're going under 17, so probably this is the stuff to use first up. 18, sorry, and dropping. So, and on the bottom here, where it was near to the ground, which in theory it should be wetter, it's not. Again, it's 18, so it's fine. We can use any of that, probably. So tomorrow, it's what time is it now? It's about 6 o'clock in the evening now. So we've got the electric hooked up with the neighbour. We've settled in, got our beds sorted out and whatever, and thrown out the mouse's nest that we found, and then it's on with this tomorrow. I know this is good, we checked it all before, so there's no problem. We know it's all level, but we know the spacings are all correct. So the plan is tomorrow is to go probably from this corner up to there and then down there, and then across there's a diagonal, so that'll give you one piece that'll be absolutely correct. And then from there we then go down that side and down this side, and we check the diagonal there on this pile, and that'll give and that corner there, so that'll give us a complete square. And then there's also another diagonal to check, which is on this pile, which will go across to there, because that is the corner where the window's going to go. There's a wall going there. That's, so if you can imagine, that's the front wall to the front bedroom, and then this is the entranceway, which will be the entranceway, which is in Russian tambur, or hallway if you like, or entrance hallway, tambur. And then we've got the main room over there and the rest of it. So it's a case of tomorrow is getting the outer piece on, the outer timber on, setting it correctly, getting the correct diagonal in place, and then after that it's easy peasy. It's kind of just sticking them in, you know. But getting that diagonal is the absolutely vital one. And of course, under each one, on top of each pile must go a piece of something to waterproof it. In this case we're using asphalt, I suppose, roofing felt. So rubberoid in Russian, rubberoid or roofing felt goes on the top to stop moisture coming up into the timber. It's very important that that's done. If not, then I know these are metal caps. I think, well, water can't come up from them, can it? No, but they can create condensation in winter, and that can get into your wood, so we don't want that. So tomorrow on with that, and then we'll see how it goes. If there's any, I spotted a pile there that looks a bit, it's not quite completely level, that cap there, but we'll compensate for that. There's not really importance in the middle. But yeah, so that's it. On till tomorrow. So I had a few hours to spare. We're still on day one, so I took some of the planks from here. Planks are doski in Russian, so, or doski from here. Any that I'm not happy with, I put them to one side here, and they'll be used later on. I can cut pieces off them, whatever. Meanwhile, so what I did, I've laid it out. This is only a very, very rough layout, so all I've done is come in here and laid the first two on the corner, and then laid them out very roughly whereabouts they're going to go. You can see. So you see the nice straight lines. It's only just roughly laid out across there. So tomorrow, what I've got to do is, I'll get back a bit here so you can see. Tomorrow, what I've got to do is cut this one here and put a piece in there and go around the outside. Once I've gone around the outside and I'm happy that the size is correct across the lengths around the four corners. Well, I suppose there's four sides, but you could really define it as five, because you've got one here, one at the back, one across there, one down here, and then a one here, which is this bit here. So you could define it as five corners really. So what I'll do is I'll bang some nails in here tomorrow, and then cut a piece in there to get that length correct, and then go along there, join those there, go along there up to that corner there. Once I get to that corner, then I can check the diagonal from there down to here, get that diagonal correct. Once that's correct, then I can go from that corner all the way over across the whole foundation to that corner over there and get that diagonal. And that means we'll have that corner will be completely correct, this will be correct there. Then once that's done, I have to then come from that corner and I have to catch a diagonal right here on this pile. A very, very important pile is that, and that pile there. And once that diagonal, once the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 diagonals are all in place, then we know we're square. If that's not done, then the whole thing could be skewed. And if it's skewed, when you come to building the house, everything will be skewed. It'll just go out. This platform is a very, very important stage of the build. Probably one of this and the roof are very, very important. So it has to be done properly and carefully. And tomorrow it's a case of messing about and getting it dead right. Once it's in place, then I fix it in place. We're going to put some bolts up through here, and they will hit inside this here, inside the obvязка. These bolts come up, I'll show you tomorrow, and they're called gluchery, and I'll go through all that tomorrow. We've got to get to order some rubberoid in, because rubberoid is roof felt as a moisture gap. So that's got to come tomorrow. We haven't got that here. So that's the plan. So that's it basically out. And then obviously tomorrow morning it's on with the cutting, gearing it into position, get the lengths correct. Once the lengths are correct, then it's a case of going to the corners and checking the diagonals. And obviously they're going to be out because it's just roughly laid out. So what you do then is just either get a big hammer or another piece of timber and just move it into position so that the diagonal is absolutely dead on. And the diagonal is it's not probably, it is the most important thing of the whole foundation. It's absolutely vital. And if you're having a house built by somebody, get hold of the plans, ask them for the diagonal and check it. Check the diagonals. If you don't, the house will be skewed up. That's what you don't want. I mean, yeah, you're not going to fall down, but it's not pretty if it's out of square, you know. So, but yeah, that's the first bit done. Tomorrow on with the cutting, and after the cutting, getting the diagonal sorted out. And once the diagonals, I'm happy with it, then we'll put a piece of felt under each pile where it contacts the timber. Once that's in place, then we'll go down the middle pieces. Once the middle pieces are in, then we'll go across this way. So it's these are funny joints, but they're simple, but they're funny. But we'll go through all that tomorrow. So anyway, for tonight, it's starting to get dark. So I'm heading for Bedlam. See you tomorrow. Good morning. As you can see, we're on day 2, and I got my plan. So today's plan is to get the contour of this foundation done. And the first thing I'm going to do is cut the ends off the timber at the correct sizes, so they're nice and square, and then I can line them all up, get the corners nailed in, and then come along and check the diagonals. So on with the cutting. So diagonal is all in place. And I've put the centerpiece in, so we can now nail up these ends and then come back. So once I've got all the things cut and I've got them in, got the contour done, and I'll switch the camera back on. It's a long process. Got to measure each one, get them all correct. It's a long process. I don't think it's worth videoing that part of it. So I'll do that, then I'll come back and show you what I've done. So all the ends are nailed in. Got the ends nailed in there, in here, in here, in here, and in there. I've got a piece of string running down to keep this line level. The diagonals I've all checked, they're all fine. After messing around, you can see down here, just if I get it on camera here, you can see down here, the wood slightly warped in the centre there. So what I've got is a screw in here. The fly keeps trying to bite me. I've got a screw in here. I want the other side of the exact measurement. What I do then is run a line down there, and as I'm putting the centerpiece in, I'll just align it to make sure it's dead on. And the same here. There's a screw there, right on the center, and on there. I haven't nailed the centers in, and the reason for that is that I can remove part of them and give me access, so I can move through the foundation without having to climb over all this timber. Obviously, it's to climb over it will be really awkward. So, especially carrying timber. So it's like a little gateway I've left open. So obviously this is going to be the next piece that goes across there, right across there. Because I've got the tape measure on, so I'm going to put a centre on there, and a centre on there, run a line down, and then I can follow that line. I'll have a line this way and a line that way, which will keep me dead on. You see this, I've said these aren't nailed in the middle, so I can move these like a little gateway out the way, very simply, and then I can move down into the corner without having to climb over the piles. Just like that. And this is the next one. We've got, obviously, those are all in now. Now it's a case of going this way across. They've got this one as well. Once those are in, then I can start building up each joint. And it's basically, it goes in, so you've got a piece in here. So the next one will go in, will be down there. And then that way, and that's how it goes. So you're not, see, basically, it's done this way so that you put the first piece in, you can nail it through there. The next piece is on, go, so you can nail it through there, into the next two pieces. It's all very simple, and I'll show you as I go along how I do it. So welcome back. This is what I've been doing today. As you can see, the obvязка is the outside of it is done all the way around, including that there, and the cross members are in as well. What happens now is that's only, if you look here, this is only the first two. Now there has to be two more pieces put in there, and they'll be built up. So all this is just the outside frame, if you like. Okay, some of it's the inside, but you know what I mean, it's the outside frame. All along I've got, on the centres I've got nitki, a line running, wait, phone's wandering off there, a line running across, and to keep it straight. If you look down here, I have a nice straight line, and there's a nitki running all the way down there in the centre, and that's all the way across. I've got that. The diagonals are bang on, and it comes out just a little bit proud of that there. So it's still on the Golovka. So the plan now is to tomorrow is to do the inside pieces, and I'll show you how these joints go. It's very simple, but I'll show you how the joints go. And once the joints are on, once it's completed, then go along and just lift up a little bit on each pile and put a piece of roofing felt on there, and then secure it with a bolt, and that'll be it, finished. So yeah, a lot of work on my own today, but quite satisfied with the result. It's very good. I'll just show you the level here I'm getting across the whole thing. I'm getting bang on bang on dead centre there. And it doesn't matter where you go on this, it's all bang on. Another one further down, it's all bang on. Well, I cut the piles obviously, so we know that they're correct. Well, there's another one. So it doesn't matter where you go on this, it's all level, which is a big bonus. So yeah, and even you can go that way as well, I suppose. Have a look that way. There we go. You can see that. But we're bang on level there as well. So we're level across the whole thing. So it's just a case of getting the inside done, and then some of these boards are a bit bent, so I'm probably going to add in an additional beam across there just to keep the board straight. That's all, nothing else, just to keep the board straight. Probably, maybe, that's the plan. And across there, and across there. We'll see how it looks once the other boards are so that's the first. It took me all day to do that one, so another 3 like that basically on the inside. So it's a lot of work doing it, but it's but there is some bonuses to this type of obvязка, in that I can cart these beams around no problem at all. They're 150 by 50s. I can cart them around and deal with them, without any great effort. If you're doing it all day, yeah, you're a bit tired, but it's no great effort. If that was beams of 20 by 20 or 15 by 15 or 15 by 20, something around there, they're enormously heavy, and I simply wouldn't be able to do it on my own. Well, I might be able to, but it'd be bloody heavy work. Take me a lot longer. So there's a big bonus to this here. The also thing is, if you're using the big thick beams, then they tend to split and crack and warp, and there's not much you can do about it. If one of these is warped a bit, I can move it. I can bash it into place. I can put a beam in between there and bring it into shape. No problem at all. But if you're using beams, then pretty much you're stuck with what you've got, and unless you're buying really top quality material, they can be really rough, really bent. So there is some advantages to this type of thing. This is called doski packet, by the way, a packet of planks, if you like. And the other one is called brus obvязка. So yeah, that's it so far. Looking pretty good, I think. I'm quite happy with that. You can start to see how it's going to shape up now, what's where. I'll give you a quick explanation. That's so the bathroom there, and then there's going to be a walk-in wardrobe there, and then this bit here is going to be a bedroom, a spare bedroom, and this bit here is the entranceway. It's a tiny terrace, a tiny veranda, if you like, that's going to go into the tambor. What's called tambor in Russian? That'll go into there. So you've got bedroom on the left, corridor and hallway, if you like, there. Here's the big window. That's where the big window's going to go, the giant window, and the bedroom at the back. And then on this side we've got this here, this square here entirely is the veranda, terrace, what do you call that in English? Veranda, I suppose. Decking, if you like. That's going to be that there. And then at the back of this, directly from here on is the kitchen. So the kitchen goes from here to right back here to here, and then here, this is the plant of where the boiler will go, and so it's going to be like a pantry, if you like, in English, a kind of a big pantry. So there'll be a door over there, and the boiler, the gas boiler, will be right on this wall here. So it's ventilated away from the house. It'll be sort of for the door, so if there's any gas leaks, it's not coming into the house. So that'll be there. That'll have its own ventilation in there. It's very simple to get the gas. You just dig a line straight down here, out to there, and then connect up to the gas. That makes life easier. And yeah, that's it. Don't have mentioned in earlier videos about the trees here that remain. You can see now that's the topple in full bloom, beautiful tree. And then we've got this silver birch, which is right beside the house, and if it comes down on us, we've got a big problem. But hey, take a risk in life. And that's this split Eva in Russian. I forgot what it's called. I forgot what it's called in English. But anyway, split elm. Elm, is it? Split elm, I think you call that. That's a lovely tree, that. And then at the back we've got a Cena. So this provides a lovely shady area here. So of course it's all overgrown, but this is beautiful and shady here in the daytime. It's actually very, very nice when it's cut down. Times are premium this time because we've got 3 days of sun, and then it's supposed to be tomorrow is going to be plus 27 degrees, so very hot, and then after that we've got 3 days or a week of rain. It's non-stop rain, so I'm really on efforts to get done today and tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens, whether it's going to be full-on rain or it's going to be sort of showers. But yeah, that's where it's going to go. That's the house where it's going to go. The sun's blocking my view here, but yeah, and the kitchen will look out into this garden here, and that's the sun setting over there now. It's I think it's 8 o'clock at night now, by the way, and the sun's just still up over there. So lovely. Okay, I'll carry on the videos tomorrow or in the next part of this series, whichever it is. Okay. So this happens to be the perfect place where I can show you the process of how this is built up. This square here is only, it's got the outer bits on, so I'll show you what I'm doing. So, hold on a minute. So, what I've got is nicky or lines, strings running along the timber. This is one, I don't know if you can see it on camera here. This one here just keeps getting caught on the camera leg. It's run down there. You can see right to the other end. So it's nice in the centre of the timber. You can see it's dead on. And this one here running along the timber here. Again, dead centre. So I can see I'm dead on. And on the other side, I've got the same thing. Line running, I'm down there as well. So I know I'm dead on straight. Next is to get these pieces, inner pieces on, there's 2 inner pieces. The inner piece on this side will be that side completed, and this needs 2. So these are the next ones that I'll be putting in. It's difficult to measure this alone, so what I'll do is I've got my little block of wood here with a screw in it, and I just attach that to the timber on the inside, obviously, and then I can connect the tape measure to here and measure with without anybody having to hold it for me. So that goes, that goes on the inside like that. Right. This goes to here. I then have to go over there, cut the timber and bring it into it. Before I cut the timber and put it in, I need to spray the inside of this with antiseptic. This has already been pre-treated, we did it when we stacked it, but
when we did it, it was kind of wet weather and it's been sat outside, so because it's under the house, we want to make sure that it's never going to rot, so we give it another coat. Next, cut the timber, bring it into position. It's important when you do these, whoever's doing it for you, to make sure where the cut is, that it's sprayed as well and conserved. Because I'm doing this a second time with spray, we do one side now, put it in place, then spray the other side. Seen loads of videos on YouTube where they're doing this kind of work and they show you on painting nice preservative on the timber once it's in place. So how to do that? How are you going to conserve it underneath the timber? You can't. It's got to be done before you put it in place. So what I do is I spray one side and spray the underside as well, so when it goes in, the top side is showing and this side is there. So I'm not going it on my hands, but I'm completely covering the timber. I also make sure the ends are sprayed as well. Something else they can't do if they're putting it in, if they're spraying it or painting it once it's in place. How are you going to conserve the ends? You can't. It's advised to do it at this stage. It's a bit more tedious and time consuming, but that's life. Once I've got it in place, I use these things to hold it in place before nailing.
These nail guns are great. He's put 90s in, 90mm nails in. The compressor I've got is a tiny bit on the small side. You could do with it's 24 litres. I'd recommend you get 35 or 40 or 55 litre compressor, but because this runs out of air and the last nail doesn't go in all the way, so I have to wait for it to regain pressure before I can continue. But you'll see that in a second, maybe. Unfortunately, the camera just fell over and snapped my blooming USB cable, but anyway, we'll continue on. That's the compressor coming on now, and I just wait for a second for it to recompress. Nails haven't gone in proper, just take a hammer or hatchet in this case and just, this is very blunt by the look of it, and just knock them into position. That's all it is really, just to make sure they're in place. Once it's in position, everything's okay, it's all nailed up. Now for the final layer of spray that goes on this side that wasn't sprayed on the top. What I do is I give it a bit of extra spray in the joints just to make sure there's no, because the ends are obviously open. That's the best way to seal them up. Once that's in position, you check the line again, all in line, all in centre. That is slightly off centre, this one, slightly off, but nothing too drastic. What I can do now is fix this one in position. It's in position. I can just make sure it's absolutely on. and I can put in 2 bolts in here and one in there, that's 3, and one on this one here, which will make it 4, and then that bit is completed. I use the drill just to give it a starter, and then I use this hammer drill with one of these things on the adapters on. These are great. It's like a ratchet type thing. What do you call it? The locker. Everything's a locker in Russian. The socket on a adapter thing just goes into the drill. When it's got a magnet in as well, makes it really easy to bang them in. And it's got a hammer inside, so it makes it really easy. Don't, if you're doing this, whether you're having somebody build it for you or you're building it yourself, don't skimp on these bolts. They're quite expensive, but they're not going to break the bank. Make sure you get zinc plated ones, don't get steel ones, get zinc plated and zinc plated washers, shibers. I think you just screw bolts in English, but Blöcher in Russia. And make sure you don't skimp on them. The important thing, otherwise they'll just, underneath the house, they will just rot and go rusty and then eat into your wood. So really don't want that. Also, when you're putting these in, you should have at least 2 per pile. So if you're going that one, and if you've got a joint where there's this way and this way, then you should be looking at 3 bolts per pile. In this case, the hole of from the Golovka to the timber is very close to the pile, and I can't get a shiver on or a washer on, so it's a plain bolt. No big deal, but it's just something you have to do.
that's how it's built up. Probably I'll keep the camera's already fallen over once and it's windy, so I expect it to go over again. But I'll continue on now and I'll speed up the video until this process is complete. Or the camera battery runs out. You may be asking yourself now, why is he measuring two sides? Surely this should be identical, right? Not the case. With this timber, because it's cheap or cheap, some of it it's not planed up, so the differences can be 5mm in the timber thickness or length or whatever. If it was planed up stuff, ideal material, even so, you would still need to measure it because you still get variations. It's living. It's a living material. It's not brick. They're not made in a factory. It's a living material, and they expand and contract with the weather. Whether it's moisture in the air or very dry or whatever. There's a whole thing that affect it. So you really need to measure it twice and check. Camera just fell over yet again. Привет!
Привет строителям коммунизма!
Лодка закончилась.
Паша,
А?
Паша говорю, сгорел.
Не, нормально.
Нормально.
Что ты, это дерево? Трава? Трава пили?
Привет! А?
Трава пили?
Да я ходил, смотрел там.
Ничего.
Яблони.
Можно воды набрать, пап?
Набирай.
Главное надо. Каждый раз.
Расходный материал 8. Что ты хочешь?
О, миллион. Вообще, я два, вот пол коробки вот эти делаю. Вот там. Вот здесь еще это новая коробка почти половина. Здесь пол коробка, так надо было.
Ну а если бы молотком колотил?
Ты сказал. Вот первый дом я делаю только молоток. Now this is a perfect example of when the compressor runs out of air and it doesn't fire the nails in all the way, and you get this, and you've got to go over with a hammer and just knock them in. Unfortunately, nail gun nails tend to be thin, and it's very difficult to knock them in when they're quite large. So when they're small, when they're only out tiny fragments, it's okay. When they're out a good bit, I'll knock them in. Like this one here, with a gator knot. Normally, if it goes like that way, they haven't gone in fully, or maybe a hit a knot in the wood, then put the one beside it. Done. And then of course, spray it once again. What I've got is nicky or lines, strings running along the timber. You can see this one, I don't know if you can see this on camera here. This one here just keeps getting caught on the camera leg. It's running down there. You can see right to the other end, so it's nice in the centre of the timber with the seats dead on. And this one here running along the timber here, again dead centre, so I can see I'm dead on. And on the other side I've got the same thing, line running, I'm down there as well. So now I'm dead on straight. Next is to get these pieces, inner pieces on, there's 2 inner pieces. The inner piece on this side will be that side completed, and this needs 2. So these are the next ones that I'll be putting in. It's difficult to measure this alone, so what I'll do is I've got my little block of wood here with a screw in it, and I just attach that to the timber on the inside obviously, and then I can connect the tape measure to here and measure with without anybody having to hold it for me. So that goes, that goes on the inside like that. And then this goes to here. I then have to go over there, cut the timber and bring it into it. Before I cut the timber and put it in, I need to spray the inside of this with antiseptic. It's already been pre-treated already. We did it when we stacked it, but when we did it, it was kind of wet weather and it's been sat outside, so because it's under the house, we want to make sure that it's never going to rot, so we give it another coat. Next, cut the timber, bring it into position. It's important when you do these, whoever's doing it for you, to make sure where the cut is, that it's sprayed as well and conserved. Because I'm doing it the second time with spray, we do one side now, put it in place, then spray the other side. seen loads of videos on YouTube where they're doing this kind of work, and they show you on painting nice preservative on the timber once it's in place. So how to do that? How are you going to conserve underneath the timber? You can't. It's got to be done before you put it in place. So what I do is I spray one side and spray the underside as well, so when it goes in, the top side is showing and this side is there. So I'm not going it on my hands, but I'm completely covering the timber. I also make sure the ends are sprayed as well. Something else they can't do if they're putting it in, if they're spraying it or painting it once it's in place. How are you going to conserve the ends? You can't. It's invited to do it at this stage. It's a bit more tedious and time consuming, but that's life. Once I've got it in place, I use these things to hold it in place before nailing. These nail guns are great. You put 90s in, 90mm nails in. The compressor I've got is a tiny bit on the small side. Could do with it's 24 litres. I'd recommend you get 35 or 40 or 55 litre compressor, because this runs out of air and the last nail doesn't go in all the way, so I have to wait for it to regain pressure before I can continue. But you'll see that in a second, maybe. Unfortunately, the camera just fell over and snapped my blooming USB cable, but anyway, we'll continue on. That's the compressor coming on now. I just wait for a second for it to recompress. Haven't got in proper, just take a hammer or hatchet in this case and just, this is very blunt by the look of it, and just knock them into position. That's all it is really, just to make sure they're in place. Once it's in position, everything's okay. It's all nailed up. Now for the final layer of spray. Because on this side that wasn't sprayed, on the top. What I do is I give it a bit of extra spray in the joints, just to make sure there's no, because the ends are obviously open. That's the best way to seal them up. Once that's in position, you check the line again, all in line, all in centre. That is slightly off centre, this one, slightly off, but nothing too drastic. What I can do now is fix this one in position. It's in position. I can just make sure it's absolutely on. And I can put in 2 bolts in here and 1 in there, that's 3, and 1 on this one here, which will make it 4, and then that bit is completed. I use the drill just to give it a starter, and then I use this hammer drill with one of these things on, the adapters on. These are great. It's like a ratchet type thing. What do you call it? The locker. Everything's the locker in Russian. The socket on a adapter thing just goes into the drill. And it's got a magnet in as well. Makes it really easy to bang them in. And it's got a hammer inside, so it makes it really easy. Don't, if you're doing this, whether you're having somebody build it for you or you're building it yourself, don't skimp on these bolts. They're quite expensive, but they're not going to break the bank. Make sure you get zinc plated ones, don't get steel ones, get zinc plated and zinc plated washers, shibers. I think it's just screw bolts in English, but Verkhnya in Russia. And make sure you don't skimp on them. The important thing is otherwise they'll just, underneath the house, they will just rot and go rusty and then eat into your wood. So really don't want that. Also, when you're putting these in, you should have at least 2 per pile. So if you're going that one, and if you've got a joint where there's this way and this way, then you should be looking at 3 bolts per pile. In this case, the hole of from the Golovka to the timber is very close to the pile, and I can't get a striper on or a wash on, so it's a plain bolt. No big deal, but it's just something you have to do. And that's how it's built up. Probably, I'll keep the camera's already fallen over once and it's windy, so I expect it to go over again. But I'll continue on now and I'll speed up the video until this process is complete. Or the camera battery runs out. You may be asking yourself now, why is he measuring 2 sides? Surely this should be identical, right? Not the case. With this timber, because it's sheep over sheep, some of it it's not planed up, so the differences can be 5mm in the timber thickness or length or whatever. If it was planed up stuff, ideal material, even so, you would still need to measure it because you still get variations. It's living. It's a living material. It's not brick. They're not made in a factory. It's a living material, and they expand and contract with the weather, whether it's moisture in the air or very dry or whatever. There's a whole things that affect it. So you really need to measure it twice and check. Camera just fell over yet again. Привет.
Привет строителям коммунизма!
А, вот и закончилось.
Паша,
А?
Паша сгорел. Сгорел.
Не, нормально.
Нормально.
Что ты, это дерево? Трава? Трава пили?
Привет! А?
Трава пили?
Да я ходил, смотрел там.
Ничего.
Я
Паша,
был...
можно воды набрать, пап?
Набирай.
Громче надо. Каждый раз.
Расходный материал возит, что ты хочешь?
О, миллион. Вообще, я два, вот пол коробки вот это делать. Вот будем. Вот здесь еще это новая коробка почти половина. Здесь пол коробка, но так надо было.
Ну а если бы молотком колотил?
Ты сказал. Вот первый дом я делал только молоток. Now this is a perfect example of when the compressor runs out of air and it doesn't fire the nails in all the way, and you get this, and you've got to go over with a hammer and just knock them in. Unfortunately, nail gun nails tend to be thin, and it's very difficult to knock them in when they're quite large. So when they're small, when they're only out tiny fragments, okay. When they're out a good bit, I'll knock them in. Like this one here, with a gator knot. Normally, if it goes like that way, they haven't gone in fully, or maybe a hit a knot in the wood, then just put the one beside it. Done. And then of course, spray it once again.
if you've been following the video this far and if you've been counting how many nails I've been putting in, you may have noticed I've been putting 2 in at one end and 1 at the other. And there's a good reason for that, is that the nail gun won't fit on the inside. So I've got to go underneath and put the last nail in each stud. Well, on this side anyway. You may have been wondering, what's the point of putting studs in this? It's got 5cm boards on there, all nailed on. They're not going to go anywhere, are they? What's the point of the studs? Well, the point of the studs is simple. If you don't put studs in walls and in decking or whatever, what happens is the tops are all nailed up fine. They're not going to go anywhere. But underneath, these can twist. And so this basically keeps your studs from twisting, keeps them in line. That's all it's about. It's just something to stop them from moving about. And it also, I can't show you, but if you stand on here, before the studs are in, there's a little bit of, I don't know, you can just feel that there's no studs in there. And when you've got studs in, it's a lot more secure. There's no movement in there. It just locks it all in place. It's something you must have in your floors. But minimum. You know, there's no point in putting one every bloody metre. You know, you've got to sort of eke it out a little bit. On this size here, I would tend to put 2 lots in. One around about here and one around about there. So 2 lots of studs in there. And in this one here, I would go probably 2 lots again, probably 1 lot in here running up there and 1 running up here. But there is something about this you have to remember. Now that's going to be 1 piece of timber. There's 1 frame there and 1 frame here. That's something you've got to remember. If there was a fire and you've not got studs on this is where a wall's going to go. If you've not got studs under the wall, if there was a fire, it can jump under the wall and up into the next room. I know, I mean, a wooden house is not going to last, I think it's something like 9 minutes for it to burn down. So you can, even with this antiseptic on that is anti-fire, but that might give you a few seconds. Those few seconds might save your life. I can't stress this enough. If you're getting stuff built, about that on there and on the ceiling as well, to stop the fire. So from that room to this room, from that room to this room, you must have studs above and below to stop the fire jumping from one room to the next. I mean, it's going to come through. That's a fact. If your house on fire, it's going to burn down in it. But it might give you a vital few seconds for you to get you and your family to get out of a house. God forbid that it was catch fire. So yeah. There's also something else on fire. Some people, well, not a lot, but some people are putting in now Pinatex, which is like kind of foam sheeting on underneath the ceiling or underneath the roof space. It's just a bad idea. It's a terrible thing to put in. If you put that foam sheeting in, I haven't got any here to show you, but I'm not even going to use any. But if you put that in and you catch fire and you have to get out of your house and that's in your ceiling, it's going to melt and drip down onto you as you're trying to get out. Probably incapacitate you and you'll lay there and be burnt to death. So something else to avoid: Pinatex on ceilings, especially in wooden housing. If you don't want to be using rock wool or the equivalent of rock wool, non-combustible. But yeah, that's so far. On with the rest of the decking, I suppose. Not sure if I can show you this or not, but the sun's right in my eyes. But you can see that board that I've got laying there, ready to cut. You can see how it's twisted and warped at the same time. So it's like in 1, 2, 3 different directions. But we can cure that, and I'll show you how I do it. Hi, so today is our last day here before we have to return to St. Petersburg. So all I've done is closed up any timber that's laying. All the pieces that are cut are going on into the pile, and last look at what we've done, what I've done before we go back. So this is the flooring. As you can see, I haven't put in the studs yet. That'll when I come back. But yeah, so far so good. 10 days, managed to get the obvязка done and part of the floor done, part of the top of the contour done, and part of this deck is done. So not bad really. So that's the end of this bit of the season. Back to St. Petersburg. We'll continue on with this project in about a month and a half, 2 months, something like that. I'll see you then. Good morning. It's early in St. Petersburg and I am just getting ready. Well, I'm just walking the dogs before, oh, the sun's in my face, before we head over to Novgorod. But we're travelling back up again today. We've arrived in our land again, and we're only here for a short time this time because we had to come up and do a little bit of documentation for our timber. It turns out we didn't have to actually come up here, but hey, that's life. But anyway, we're here now, so I'll show you how we left it. So my plan today is to move some of, let me turn the camera around here so that's a better view. So the plan is to move some of this timber here, which is Dimovka, which is 25 by 150 millimeters, and the plan is to move it up onto here into this area here, which is the, if you watched the last video where I finished off this flooring, it isn't actually finished. There's the noggins or the studs to put in this slot here, but before I put the studs in, I want to create a platform, and that platform is going to be made out of this. So if I can balance across here a little bit. Wait. So I'm moving across here like a tightrope walker. So that's this stuff here. These 25s by 150s are going to be put on here, across here, to create this platform. And the reason for the platform is that I need that so that I'm not having to jump in and out of this foundation when I'm putting the next bit of floor down. I can do it from above, kind of thing. So that's that. Why am I putting the noggins in yet? The studs in. The reason I'm not putting the studs in yet is because it's an attempt to save on material. So if I cut up a piece of 6 metre timber to put these pieces in here, these studs in, then I've just wasted a piece, because as you know, as you're cutting these pieces in and these pieces in, there's always going to be some left over, and those leftover pieces invariably go in, make the studs up. So to cut a piece down specifically for that would be a waste. So the studs can go in at any time, really. all it is coming along with the nail gun and banging them in. It's no big deal. So we'll leave those out and until timber becomes available. So I've got some offcuts going to there. That's what that's about. That's the next stage while I'm here this time is just literally to cover up this here with timber, and then to maybe I'm going to put in the entranceway, the small deck there will form the entranceway into the house. Maybe I will do that. I don't know yet. I've got very little nails here at the moment, so we weren't actually planning to come up and build anything this time. So, but anyway, we'll see how we go on. Well, I've been busy moving this timber over. Sorry I didn't record this, but I didn't bring my tripod with me this time, so it's very difficult to put the phone anywhere. So unfortunately I didn't video that, but there wasn't much to see anyway. But as you can see, I've got this Dimofka, these 150s by 25s down here, and all sprayed, and there's some other stuff over there that's 100 by 25s and 150 by 25s, which will be used over here. So I'm not sort of double moving them for no reason. They're on there they'll be used over here. This is only put down temporarily, by the way, this flooring here. In actual fact, there'll be gaps between each one of about 2 centimeters between each piece of timber when it's in place. The reason this is here is that, well, it's giving me a platform to work on, and before when the walls are up and the roof's on, and the walls are sealed, then the next stage is to put the insulation in the floor. Now, to do the floor, we have to get underneath and affix membrane and metal netting to stop mice coming in, and so that's got to go under there. So this will all be removed, well, I'll move to one side when the insulation goes in. So it's not going to be fixed down, it's not cut to the right sizes or anything, it's just very roughly cut approximately into the size, and that'll be the same all across the whole thing, which will then give me a platform where I can work and we can put the walls up. So the walls will be built on this platform here and then raised around their property and in the centre as well. So that's the reason for this going on here now. This is stacking up, ready for the next phase when I come back again. When we've got to go back to St. Petersburg, and then we'll be back again before the end of the month, and we will continue on with the floorboards, with the flooring, and hopefully we'll get the walls up this year before winter and most of the roof stuff done, and then the frame will be left over the winter period, and then come back in the summer for the final roof and whatever. So that's where we're at. Today's moving that, and you can see I've got some stuff down here that I want to restack to make sure that it's properly sprayed and stacked so it doesn't go mouldy. So that's going to be moved now onto bits of pile, which I'm going to put down here. That's all going to be stacked up properly, all the 50 by 50s down there, and then that'll be left until we come back. I'll put the screws in here again, they're all finished up now. This can be closed up really, I suppose, but so yeah, anyway, that's what we're at. It's slow progress this time. I have got the compressor here, I have got the nail gun here, and I am going to probably do a bit over there, maybe, but we'll see how things work out. What I've done over here is a bit of stuff that I'd wanted to do for a while, and that is the pile of timber that was here has now been removed, and this is what I've done. What I've done is move the Dimofka, which is 25s by 150s. Some of them I've moved over here, and they have been sprayed, and you can see they just laid down very loosely on these boards. The
the flooring hasn't had its studs put in yet. It's just literally put on here so that it gives me a platform to walk on and to work on while I'm doing the next phase, which is going to be that there, the flooring there. I've moved some of the Dimofka up here. These were actually very close to the ground over there, and I wanted them away from there and sprayed before they started to get black. There was some signs of blackening happening where I hadn't sprayed fully. You can see there's one right here. You can see that. You see the blacks coming in, mould. So obviously that won't be used on the flooring, but for a temporary floor it's okay. Can't use that black stuff in your house. What else have we done? That's the end piece I cut off of there, a temporary floor, and over here is where that was. These are now restacked and resprayed, which is 50 by 50s and 25s by 50s. They're all stacked there, so they'll stay there now until the end of the build probably. They are spacers, or what's known as reiki in Russian, and these go between the wall and the final finish, which would in this case is imitation Bruce or siding, if you like to call it that. So they'll probably not move now. If I can get now I've got some timber stacked up so I can stand on it without falling over. I'll show you a better view of this. So that's the view of the foundation as it is, and you can see where my finger is, that's the tam board, or no, I'm lying, that's the terrace, the little one, and then the tambour, which is the entranceway, which is right there. Then the first bedroom will go in there, the toilet goes between there, the bathroom next to it. The main bedroom is going to be, oh sorry, no, there is a garderobe, which is a walk-in closet, which will be, or walk-in wardrobe, which will be right there. Then we've got a main bedroom here, between up there, and then here goes the living room, or the main family room, sitting room, whatever you want to call it. When I was a kid we used to call it front room. And then here we've got the boiler room there, Katolny, which is going to go in the back there, and then the kitchen will go from there around here to here, and here is where the terrace is going to be, and the front wall will be there, if you like. So it goes up there, along there, then the windows there. What else have I done while I've been here? I have put in the screws in there that I missed the last time because I ran out of zinc screws. There's a little video I'm going to insert now. If you remember from the last video, I'd run out of screws for the joist hangers down there. You can see them just the edge of the video there up. And the reason I didn't buy ordinary screws in the shop was because I wanted zinc plated ones. This is an example of an ordinary self tapper in English, I suppose. In Russian these are samarays. As you can see, this one is a black one, and it's got rust on it already. That's what will happen in your wood, it goes rusty, and then chances are the end will snap off eventually. What you should be using on outside work is these type. This is the same screw basically the same thing, except that this one is zinc plated. I'll show you this a bit closer. They are a lot more expensive, but they won't break the bank. It's worth the investment of putting those in. If you see a company coming in and they're doing work for you and they're putting these on the outside walls, you should be questioning why they're putting those on there. Shouldn't be doing it. Should be using zinc plated, stops rust. And also if you're putting siding on anywhere and you're using zinc plated ones, they won't rust and ruin your nice siding. Nails, same thing, zinc plated rather than ordinary black self tappers. As you can see, it's very secure. Actually, in fact, you know, with the floorboard in, these are 150s by 50s millimeters, and they haven't got the studs in yet. It's just put on this on top, and even so, it's still
there's no bounce in the floor. It's still very, very solid. And it's a good thing to consider if you're having one of these type of houses built, is don't go for the final finish straight onto the floor joist, which is what the plan of this one was originally, when they did their plan, and I changed it, and I'm putting in these Dimofka, and it gives it a really, really solid floor, a real difference. When the plywood or TSP goes on top of this, the final finish gives it a real solid floor, no movement at all. It's really worth doing the extra expense, which is a tiny amount, to get these put in. These don't actually go in. These when these go in actually in the final floor, they don't go in right next to each other. There's a little gap. There's about a 2 centimeter gap between each one, and that provides a really, really solid floor. It's not going to move anywhere. Even now you can feel it's solid, you know. And that's without a single nail in there, nothing. It's just, they just laid, they're not even cut to the right size. In fact, you can see up here, they just laid on literally as a temporary floor. But yep, that's it. That's where we're at. Hi YouTube. So we've arrived in our land with the old trusty van. Made it without breaking down. Very thankful to it. Old workhorse. As you can see, it's more overgrown than the last video. So we've got now. I've got the dog drills this time. Jackie, right here. Jackie. Well, they're here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Hello, Jackie. Say hello. And our chick as well. Hello, our chick. So we've got a lot to do tonight. We've got a mattress to bring in because we were sleeping on the floor before, and it ain't comfortable. So we had a roll-out mattress, but it was rubbish. So we've got a proper mattress now. We're going to make a proper bed with some timber frame, and bang a mattress on top. We'll be happy and dandy that. We've got a sink to put in and that kind of stuff. And we've got the computer to bring in that's going to edit this video. So yeah, a lot to do. It's now just gone 6 o'clock in the evening, and now we're really battling light, which will start to fade about 8 o'clock, and then 10 o'clock it'll be pitchiest, blackiest. You won't see a thing. So as you can see, I'll show you the frame, all good, no problems. And even remember the last video I said we had a little bit of blackening on the timber, and I'm getting eaten by bloody mosquitoes here. They're really hungry for me. Fall over. I said there was a little bit of blackening on some of the timbers, and I'm going to turn you around and show you what's happened to that stuff. So I'll turn you around now. So this is the decking, or not decking, it's going to be the kitchen, but anyway, this is the timber that I laid out, and I remember I sprayed it with antifreeze, don't spray it in with antifreeze, antiseptic. And remember over here there was a couple of boards that were starting to slightly go black, and as you can see now, drop the phone. As you can see now, there is no signs of it. It is absolutely gone, and all I did was spray an antiseptic which kills any bacteria, and then left it out in the sun. I mean, the worst there is a little bit of discoloration there in some couple of the boards, but that's it. Oh, a little bit, is that some there? You see the little tiny bit there left over. Maybe I didn't hit that with antiseptic enough. But as you can see, there is absolutely no need, if you've got boards and you've got a chance to dry them in the sun and antiseptic them, there is no need to be using bleach or anything like that. Antiseptic and sunshine, and all is well. Even the ones up there, they're all nicely looking. Everything's good. So yeah, so tomorrow, it's first order of the day tomorrow is to cut all this grass down, so we can, well, primarily to stop the mosquitoes as they live in the grass. In the evening they come out to play and eat you alive. So that's why we're going to cut back to make it less homely for them critters. So tomorrow is there's a bit of preparation work to do before we start the build again. We've got to fit the metal door to the Butovka. That's number one thing, and get a bed done. We're going to just stick the mats on the floor tonight. It's just too late. So make a bed tomorrow and put the metal door on, fit the kitchen sink, and make some kind of temporary cupboard. That's number one thing. Next thing is to remove all this grass to get it all cut down. Don't know if I get it all done tomorrow. Hopefully I will, but door's not a big issue. It's only it's on the frame and everything, so it's just literally make a hole and stick it in, and then fill it around with insulated foam. So that'll be that. That door up there is not good enough for winter, and we are coming into the colder season now. Not yet, but it won't be long. And we intend to stay for about 2 months, so and get the walls up this time. So it may well be cold by the time we go back, and obviously, who wants to sleep in the cold? See you tomorrow, bright and early, for stage 2 of the plan to go into place. See you tomorrow. Good morning, YouTube. As we arrived day before yesterday, and we've been very busy with the Butovka, and with that we've put a new door on, made a new bed because we will sleep on the floor, very uncomfortable. What else have we done? We've cut the grass back, as you can see, somewhat. Hasn't finished yet. Well, I've run out of the strimmer wire, so gotta go and get some of that. It's only shot really close, but I thought we'll leave that for a bit and we'll do some of this. So the plan is today is I've got a few things to do. Last time I was here I ran out of glochary, that's the bolts that go between the obvязка and that fix it to the piles. So I've got a lot more, so I'm going to gradually put those in. It's not essential right now, but they've got to go in all around. So as I pass by a pile, check it. If there's not one in there, two in there, then or if there's two and there's not three, I've put an extra one in there. So they're over there. So the plan is today, turn around, is to finish the top of the contour, which is that bit there and there, and there's a few one going down here as well, and then I can start on with the floor joists, or lagi in Russian, and hopefully those will get done today. I've got a nice new tripod that you're standing on, so hopefully it won't get blown over if there's a breeze, and we'll get some good clear shots. So I thought I'd show you this a bit close up. So what I've done. So this is the outside deck. Well, it's the actual entryway into the house. The door will be on that side. This will be a small porch type effect. That's the end. And on this side, you can see I've got 3 joists in there. And this bit here, this is a bit different. This is the outside of the wall. Well, I can show you this. This is the outside of the wall, goes to that one there. This is the inside of that deck. So I'll put that extra piece in there for the boards to sit on. And then the wall will go there. So I have to be careful in that these the decking beams don't go any further than that line there, because that's where the wall's going to go. And if that's there, it'll get in the way. So I have to be very careful there. And on this side, we make these just a tad bigger than what they should be. And I'll show you on this side what I've done and why it's that way. You can see on this side, this decking here, again, they're a little bit proud, and they're all different. You see, it's a very you can see my finger here without that goes up there. They're all different, and the reason is this: you can do as your best you can to cut them to the exact length, but there'll always be a slight wave in them. So the best way to do it is to put them on with a little bit extra, and then run a circular saw up it in one line, and that way you get a dead straight line. And it'll be the same on this end here when I do this very shortly, that you get a dead straight line if you do it that way. You'll never cut them perfectly. Some people are going to say you can, but in my experience, So I'll leave you here from this side. You may have noticed that I repeatedly spray these corners all the way around, and the reason is because this is an open end here and it's the most susceptible point for moisture to get in. So you really want to go over that as many times as you want, really. Maybe I'm going a bit excess, but you can see you've got one there, and one there, three open ends there, and there'll be a fourth one when the deck goes on. So that's why I keep going over it. It's open ends. And see over here as well. I went over it again today actually. Again, 1, 2, 3 open ends. So that's where moisture will get in. And so it's important that you seal them up well.
место. Иди нафиг отсюда. Во вторую поехал. Тоже нет.
So that bit's done. I made a little bridge for myself, and this bit is the next portion of the floor studs or laggy. And on this side, I'm not sure what they do in other countries. If you were using joist hangers, it wouldn't matter, but I'm not. I'm nailing through the board, through there, into the floor joist. So for this side here, I've got to offset these by 5 centimeters this way, so that I can get the nail gun in and nail them on. That side doesn't matter, but on this side you've got to offset by 5 centimeters. It's not per plan, it's directly across, but that's just nonsense. It doesn't work that way. The maximum timber we can get here is 6 meters length, so you've got to split it up one way or other, and that's probably the easiest way to do it. The other way to do it, of course, would be to you see foundations where they put the joist across one way, then the other joist across, and just not butt them up, but beside each other. Well, that's okay, but you're going to get a gap between the timbers, and that's where your cold's going to get in. So, as everything in this type of housing, frame is the coldest part of the house. So, I'm going to set the camera down on this side now, and hopefully record everything. So I'll show you this here, this one here, if I can. Unfortunately, I'm not as young as I was and nimble as I was, and I've been having to jump in and out of the foundation to get see this. That's the first one on here, and then offset by 5 centimeters, so that I can get the nail going in there. This board's not in the way, and I can nail it from this side without having to jump in and out of the foundation now. And then same at the other end. Hello YouTube. So it's the end of a very long day, and it's been raining all day on and off to a degree where I could not film. Every time I set the camera up with the phone up on the stand, it started to rain. I was like having to run for it. I have to close up the compressor, and then the saw over there has to be closed up, and then grabbing that and what have you. It's just too much, so I'll stop filming. But I'll show you what I've done anyway, so I'll turn you around and show you the progress today. So the progress today is, when I stopped filming, I decided to put the studs in over there, or the little terrace, and the studs in up here as well, because I've got so much offcuts now that they're starting to get in the way, and so I might start using them up, which is what the plan was. If you remember in an earlier video I said I wasn't going to put any studs in until I had enough offcuts. Well, yeah, I've got enough now, I've got 1 million, so I put those in, I put those in. What else have I done? This bit now is completed, other than the studs. You can see I've got the line in there. I'll show you. I've got a line in there. That's where the next row of studs will go. It's basically half of that, and there's no walls going in here, it's just the floor, so no problem there. On this one, same there, no wall going in, it's just studs about halfway, and then this one again, halfway again, we'll put another set of studs up. No walls there. This one, there is a wall, and this separates the living room from the master bedroom, and so this has got a full piece in, as you can see there, and the studs are nailed alternative. They're offset by 5 centimeters, so I can get them all in. There's a few left to do, but I'm just so tired tonight, I've had enough. So I'll be running up and down then every 5 minutes, flipping, closing up the tools and whatever. So that's how it's looking so far. And hopefully tomorrow, hopefully it's going to be sunny tomorrow and we get a lot more done. I'm planning on having that finished and those ones, that side finished. So yeah, and I've also been putting in the gluckery under the piles as well as I've been in and out. So yeah, a long old day. It's now almost 6 o'clock in the evening and I'm really tired now. And the trouble is that if you get so tired, you start to make mistakes, you start doing silly things, end up nailing yourself to the frame or something, or falling through it and really hurt yourself. So you've got to know when it's time to quit, and it's time to quit. So that's it for today. So I'll see you tomorrow morning. So continuing on from the last video where I was showing you this, what have I got to do today? What I've got to do today is get that bit finished off, hopefully. And then I want to start, I've got a piece to put in there. There's a few odd ones there because obviously this is now going into walls, so I have to be careful where I'm putting where. But yeah, that's actually three, that'll have to be 3 pieces. You've got a 1 piece, a 2nd piece and then a 3rd piece. Probably do that as a single and then work my way down there. So yeah, there's that. Hopefully we'll get that accomplished today if it stops raining, or if it doesn't rain. It's not raining at the moment, but we'll see what happens. Apparently all next week it's all going to be completely rained off, so I don't know how far we're going to get and whether we're actually going to stay this time. And the plan was 2 months, but to sit for a whole week in the rain is bonkers. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe there's other stuff we can do. Got to go and talk to the gas people, talk to the water people, talk to the electric people, because we're still on the electric from our neighbour, so we still haven't got water. We haven't got water, there's a hose pipe over there that the neighbours put out for us, so we've got fresh water, but it's still, we haven't got a shower or anything. So and there's things like washing clothes, hand washing clothes, and all that is not great. So there's lots of things we can do in the meantime, but we'll see what I can do today, see how much progress. Hopefully I can make some good progress today. Nearly broke my neck on a stump. So I'll show you what I've been up to today. Apart from cutting that, we've gone all down the road there, cut all that back. It's all very nice now. And, so what I decided to do today as a bit of change, some light work. I decided to put these studs in, and these studs are in pretty much randomly. There's no, I haven't measured them, they're just stuck in randomly. And basically what happens is, I'll show you with a piece of wood. This is the width of the wall, 15 centimeters or 150 millimeters. I don't know what that is in inches, but anyway, it'll sit on like that. And once it's on, eventually you've got to insulate it. So we leave a 5 centimeter gap here, so I can stick insulation in there and insulate it out. When it sits on these, on these studs, so there we go, like that, all the way down. So these are just randomly popped in. Doesn't matter how many you put in, really. Just something like that. And yes, that's where I've been at. And also straightening the wood up. There's a couple of shots. There's a dragonfly there buzzing around me. Yeah, what are you doing there? Hello, dragonfly. Hello, dragonfly. Hello, dragonfly. Another one there. They seem to like sitting on the timber here. There's a whole row of them. There's one dragonfly. There's another one. There's another one. For whatever reason, they like to sit on the wood. Aren't you beautiful? Aren't you beautiful, dragonfly? Oh, he's gone. And another two over there. Diversify. So yeah, that's what I've been at. So a lot of work cutting the grass back. It's a big area to cut. So now these are in. I wanted to get these in, do something light anyway. Probably gonna back on to this tonight now and get this finished up either today or tomorrow. And then we're going to move all those Dimofka over to, actually I've been saying that wrong, I've been saying Dimofka, they're not Dimofka, they're Duimofka. And it comes from, Duim is an inch is 25 millimeters, and so we get the Duimofka. I was educated about that. I was always calling them Dimofka. It sounds like Dimofka, but it's not Duimofka. Slight difference. Who says Russia's totally metric? There we go. An example of the old system. A hanger-on, a legacy hang-on. Well, yeah, okay. So I hope you enjoyed it so far. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell your friends, blah blah. All the rest of it. Okay, I'll put you down and carry on. Well, YouTubers, it's been a funny old day, and I've got it on the end of my tripod. Didn't get that much done today on the build, but I did get quite a bit done on the cutting of the grass and what have you, which is now clear, as you can see around me. All the grass is cut down, all very nice. and it's the end of the day, and I thought just before I back in for the day, for the night, I thought I'd show you one last thing. That is the sunset going over. The sun's going down over there, and I thought I'd quickly show you how it looks from this part of the world. This is my little road. See the sun shining on me now. What's left of it. We do get white nights up here, which is, but it doesn't get dark. But it's not as good as St. Petersburg. It's not as bright as there, but it is to a degree. White nights. Jackie, come here. Jackie, grab him. Jackie. There's a main road here, and I don't want the dog. Going on to there. Jackie, come here. There's a few cars buzzing about at this time of night. Jackie, come here. Oh, can't. The sun, I think it's too late. Dang. But I'll try and show the sunset. I'll go down here a bit. There's some bushes blocking the sunset, so I'll try and show you how it looks. It's the very last moment before it disappears over the horizon. So, Jack, come here. There's the sunset as it goes down. Jackie, come here. Over there, over the sunset. That's, in this part of the world, how the sunset looks. It's very nice. And I love the sunset. Actually, people come along this road in the summer to catch the sunset just because of where it goes down. Photographers and whatever. It's just a great spot for seeing the sunset. Yeah, that's it. I'll take you back in. So that's the end of today. That's the end of day 5. And tomorrow it's supposed to be back to the rain. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, how bad or how good it's going to be, but I've still not got the floor finished. There's still a bit to go. But we'll continue on there tomorrow, and hopefully at last get it finished, and then it's on with the next stuff. Jackie, come on. Jackie. So all looking good. Oh, look at the sunset behind me there. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's just gorgeous here. You can see it there over there, from here, from my road. If you can imagine, sitting on my terrace in the evening time. I'm not sure if you get a view of the sun, but you should do. I think it's a bit too far gone at the moment, but see what you can see from here. But like I said, I think it's too far gone. Like this, you can just see. There we go. This is from the terrace. That's the sun going down there. Beautiful place. Okay, see you tomorrow. Day YouTubers, it's day 6 and it's raining. I knew it was going to rain today because it was very overcast and it's forecast as well. So I did a little bit of filming this morning, but only a tiny amount. I put one floor joist in before it came down, and now outside, but it is raining. I've been hiding all day in the Butovka, so I don't want to get my tools wet, which would be a disaster. As you can see, it is, well, you can see, but it is raining, and I just don't want to get everything wet. Getting tools wet is not a good idea, and this is the problem when you're building in places like St. Petersburg or close to St. Petersburg. We're actually in Novgorod, but it's right next to St. Petersburg, and you get this weather where and this year's been a disaster, with rain, so it's a funny all year. So everything's covered up, and hopefully tomorrow it's supposed to be a bright sunny period for the next few days, hopefully, so I'll get some more done then. But as for now, I'm going to insert the bit of video that I did this morning, and that'll be it for today. So this is hello and goodbye from day 6, and I'll see you tomorrow, which will be day 7. So if you see this timber at this end, it's all nice and level, and on this end we've got a big gap here. Look at that. So we're absolutely twisted timber. See that? Now most of the pieces are like that, so I'll show you how I can straighten that up very easily when I get it into the position. All I need to do is nail it at one end. You see that end's already twisted. You see it quite well there. So make sure this end's not twisted. As you can see, that's in position where it is twisted somewhat. So all I'm going to do is put 2 nails in here first, at the very, very top. Two nails right beside each other. All you do is get yourself a bit of timber a bit bigger than the hole. So this here is 57 at the ends, and this one here is 59, slightly bigger, and it's level at both sides. All you're doing is putting that in level with it, and then bang this end in, and it will level up that. It's already anchored at the top with 2 nails. So put it in and just bang it in. So I'll bring you a close-up and show you that of how it is now. I thought how it was. So as you can see, I've got a piece of timber in there. It's straight against that, and it's straight against it, and look, we're nice and straight now. There's no twist. Now this is okay, this kind of thing's okay. I mean, you could use clamps, I suppose, or whatever. And this is okay for slightly twisted timber. If it was very, very twisted, I would think twice. I'd probably cut it up and use it for something else. But you get the idea that so that's how you get a slight twist out of a timber. Very, very simple way. All you do is nail it through then. But because this is twisted, I'll put a couple of extra nails in there just to stop it from twisting back again. Don't forget, this is all going to have studs in all the way along, and those studs will stop the timber from twisting and bring it into line. Remember I said about studs earlier in the earlier video about what they're doing, stopping the timber from twisting. That's a classic example of twist timber that's going to be straight, and it'll stop from twisting again. Very good thing to do. Don't forget, twisted timber, what it'll do in a frame house is your insulation is coming in here, and if you've got a timber that twists, as it twists, you're going to create a gap in the insulation, and that is where cold is going to get in, so you're losing heat properties, so they have to be kept straight with the studs. So a couple more nails in here, and we'll see if it stops in place when I take that out. So that's it nailed up. Let's remove this timber and see if it stays in place, and it should do. See, that one moved a little bit. So there we go. It's in place, it's nice and straight. It's not moved at either end. Very simply done. It's only, but that's only a slight twist in the timber. It's not like vast, you know, it's like within less than a centimetre of twist. So less than a centimetre really. You should have no problems at all. So I'll show you, turn you around and show you what my plan is for now. Plan is to get all these studs in all across here. All the studs have got to be pretty much good. There's 3 lots here, 3 lots there. You got it, lots and lots of them. But there's also something else I can be doing. If you look on some of these joists here, you can see that it is slightly proud here. You see that there? That's slightly proud. and that gives, I'll show you if I can get a better angle. You see it's slightly proud. This timber is slightly bigger than the other timbers, so what I've got to do, I've got to get a Rubanak, which is a plane, electric plane, and just knock that off there, because what happens is the wall's going to go on there eventually, and when the wall goes on, if you've got a gap like this, guess what's going to come through there? All the air. It's going to be insulated, but all the air will come through there. As you can see, I'll show you now the level. You can see we're dead on level there. I'll show you. We're dead on level, and the other way as well probably is, yep, is dead on level as well. So we're okay, but I have to take that off there. I have to take that off there. Otherwise it's a problem. And anywhere else that this has happened as well. There's one over here I've already took mental note of, where I've put in these already. There's one there, look, has to have a little bit shaved off, and there, a little bit shaved off. Nothing serious, but it all has to be done, all these little jobs. So I'm not short of work while I'm here. There's all that's going on. Once that's done and all the studs are all in, then I can get on with building the walls. But for now, I'm not going to do the, well, I could make the basic frames of the walls, but I can't put in the diagonal bracing, I can't put the header bracing in, anything like that. So I've got to, I really need that circular saw to arrive. Anyway, it's late in the evening now, and I'm going to do a little bit more, and then I'm going to clear off. I'll show you the Rubanak, the electric plane. That's the Soviet one that's going to bring out now, and just knock those edges off there while I'm here. I'll give you a look at that. So this is the old Soviet era plane. It's a bit like modern ones. You've got the same thing on there to raise or lower the blade, and a depth gauge. And you've got a blower on this so it doesn't blow it in your face, so you can change the thing. It doesn't work very well, but the quality of this thing is unbelievable. Much better than anything. Even proper professional tools is much better. It's much easier blade. You just take the blade out, sharpen it, put it back in again. Double-sided as well. So, and then just to get older still. So a very good tool. Will recommend buying older tools if you can get them. The quality is unbelievable compared to today. Even the top brands are made in China, and they're not got the quality that this kind of stuff has. So I'll give you a whirl. That's it, all done. So I have one more over there to do, and that'll be it. And of course, you've guessed it, if you're doing anything like that, next thing is the old antiseptic. Anything with an open timber is susceptible to mould growth, and you don't want that on your brand new house you've just built. Just wanted to take a moment to talk about measuring of studs. So really, you could say, well, measure across there, and we've got what, 2.5. Then if you look again, we've got 52.3, 3 mil difference. So what that is this movement in this board. So if you were to measure from, if that was this way, it's 52.3 in fact. We get 51. So that's 13 millimeters difference. If you push it that way, we get almost 54. So always measure from one end. Both ends should be the same if you're doing it correctly. Measure from one end so that it's all level all the way through, otherwise you're going to be putting stuff into your board together like this. there's an example. If I was to measure in the middle, say, this one is perfect, 2.3 millimeters. You look at the difference. There's a massive gap in there. Look at that. So you measure from the end, pull that towards you. Then you've got a nice, straight formwork. And the studs are in the right spot. Oh, well, that's not in the right space. So a quick look at where I'm putting the studs here. As you can, I don't know if you can see this, not sure how good this is on camera, but where that nail is, that is the dead centre of the wall. This is a 10 centimetre wall. It's the toilet wall, and it's just a dividing wall. So it's in the dead centre there. So each stud is either side of the centre. So as you can see on the line, it goes along there. Get up here a bit. So it goes along the line of the wall, in the centre of the wall, down that there. And that is a firewall. I know it's only a toilet wall, but it's a firewall as well. And on the other side is the other side of the wall. So that's toilet in the middle and corridor. You've got a firewall either side. Now I need to put there are studs down the centre of that, roughly where that middle one is there on the end, down to here, and that'll be that completed basically. There's a few pieces to go in there where the wall is. Other than that, it's basically set up now and very simple. You can see where the walls are going to go. You can see the dividing wall between the bathroom, whatever. So it's all looking good anyway. Hello YouTubers, well this is the end of day 7. It was a long day. I'll show you what I've done, what I've accomplished, and then that's it for the night. I've had enough. So as you can see, a lot of changes in this. I've now got the studs in down this line, all down there. I've got the extra pieces in there. I've got half the studs in over there. I've got most of the little bits of studs as well in there, and some more over here. So what this all's left on this tomorrow is there is one extra piece to go in there, and I'll put a couple of studs in there just to keep it in place, and the studs across there, not many. That's what we're talking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 little bits in here and 3 little bits in there, and that'll be it. So that'll be done tomorrow, and straight after that's finished, then all this stuff, all this Demovka, has to move across to there, and that will be that's then ready for the walls to go up, and while that's over there, then I can do these studs in this side. So that's the plan tomorrow, is to get that side finished up and get all this stuff over there, and then we'll see what time's like for starting on this side here. But so far so good, and this side here is much easier. There's no strange walls to go in. It's basically squares. It's just 3 rows of studs, 3 rows of studs, 3 rows of studs. There's nothing here. This is the kind of awkward bit where you've got the toilet there, you got the bathroom, and you got a wall coming down there, which is the bathroom, and then the walk-in wardrobe, garderobe, and then you've got a corridor here, and so yeah, it's just a bit of faffing about getting it right, but it's just a case of following the plan. There's nothing too complex about it. It's just follow the plan along and everything works well. I think I checked this morning. I thought I'd gone a bit doolally and got something wrong. I thought I'd put an extra meter in somewhere. I don't know why I hadn't had coffee this morning, and it turns out that that's the centre there, and we're actually 4mm off, so it's not bad at all. I mean, 4mm, you can't even count it, can you? It's like bending the wood kind of thing. But anyway, that's the end of day 7. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early for day 8. On YouTube, this is day 8, and done a little bit of remedial work, installed a bit of a solar panel system in so we can get a 12 volt fridge working, so I'll show you that quickly. There's one 12 volt, one 50 watt panel up there, and then inside the Votovka we have got one 200 amp battery that was used before, and 12 volt fridge, mini fridge. On the wall we've got the old Chinese solar controller, and that's good enough to run the security cameras, although we don't really need them here, but we've got them. So that's what I've been up to this morning, and now it's on to the foundation. Well, that's it folks. This section of the flooring and studs are in. As you can see, it's all had a second coat of spray, and what the task is a lot of fiddly bits You can see here a lot of fiddly bits in there, and here where walls are going to go, so lots of tiny cutting and lots of measuring. And up here as well, same thing, a lot of fiddly bits. So next, it's a task and a half, that's all. I thought, you know what, I'm going to go for an easy bit next and do the master bedroom. The master bedroom has only one extra laggy to put in, and then it's plain sailing for that. It's straight studs all across it, very easy, very simple, very little, well, apart from measuring actual studs, they all should be roughly the same size, so very easy one. So hopefully this is day 8, and hopefully it's been rain tomorrow, so I'll probably not get it done tomorrow, but I'll see what I can do today, what's left of the time now, and the rest of it's plain sailing really. This bit here behind me, where I'm stood on, is also very complex. There's a corridor and all sorts going in there, so that's another one that's a difficult one to do. So for now, I want to move all this stuff, decking, well it's not decking, it's just Dimofka that's laid down, all that over to there, and that one's closed up, and I can forget about that one for now, and thank God. So only moving that stuff over there. I'll see you a lot in a bit. It's supposed to be a massive rain tomorrow, so I've got that timber covered up, and I've got that covered up, and I've got that covered up, and I've got the tools covered up, and the electric covered up, everything covered up. And I'll show you how it looks now. So I did shift this Dimofka that were over here. Now that's completed. That's there over there. A nice flat platform. I can walk over there. It's safe. So this is a beautiful. Now of course they're not in their proper places yet, because obviously there's a wall going to go in right there, up there. So these are going to move back a bit, and of course I've left a space there for the first wall. So these will be moved back here. Once that's finished, it won't be tomorrow with the rain, but the day after tomorrow, these will be moved into there a little bit, and then that'll all be put planks on as well to make a nice platform. This is a beautiful. This is a great way of doing stuff, because like it's safe, you're not going to fall through it or anything like that, and it's lovely and flat, so you build your wall directly on this and then raise the wall, flip them up into position, so it's a nice safe place to do anything. So you put like 2 planks down or 3 planks down or something, and what, like I did over there, chances are you're going to, while you're trying to raise the wall, slip to one side and go through it. I know it's only like, it's actually, the piles are 60, and then you got 20 for the obvязка, which makes it 80, and then 15, so almost a metre. And if you fall a metre, it doesn't sound a lot, but blooming heck it hurts if you fall through it. So not a wise move. But anyway, apart from that, this is now ready for the studs on the next rain-free day. We should be day after. Actually, tomorrow's the last day of rain. It's forecasting for like 2 weeks of pure sunshine. So in that 2 weeks, I'm expecting to get all of these studs in, and well, if not all the walls up, a good bit of the walls up. So yeah, that's how it looks so far. It's all looking good, and there we go. I can give you an idea of the size of the place from above. That's the kind of size of the property. So we've got 14 metres that way, 9 up there, then you lose a bit, and then you gain a bit up here. In fact, I think that's 8 actually. Then this is 9, and then down this bit here is 9 as well. So that's the kind of size, 14 by 9 roughly. So yeah, it's starting to take shape very well. I am very happy with progress, slow though it may be, but I know there's people out there who say that, you know, you can do it a lot faster. You're absolutely right, but I'm on my own, and when you're on your own, it takes time, it takes effort. You're measuring all the time, you've got to measure, come back and fetch stuff. You know, it's okay saying YouTube videos where they're putting it up in, built a house in 3 days, and they're only showing you the nice bits, aren't they? You know, they're not showing you the whole thing. I'm showing the whole thing here without any lies, without any waffle about how quick you can do it. It takes time, there is no doubt about it. If this was a brigade of 3, a group of 3 builders, this I would expect to put up in about 6 weeks with the roof as well. On my own, I'm expecting, I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take, but I was sort of planning 3 months of work on this on my own. That's the frame and the roof, and then everything else comes on after. The actual wall finish, the siding is very, very fast. That's really easy, that stuff. This is the kind of complex bit. You've got to get the studs in the right places for the walls to go into the right places and all that. So this is slow work. Anyway, that's the end of day 8, and I will see you on, well, it's not tomorrow because it's raining tomorrow, so tomorrow is a day of go to town and do a bit of admin, get some bits and pieces. But I'll see you on what, day 9, or working day 9, building day 9, the day after tomorrow. Okay, see you then. And as you can see, full sun, and it's predicted to be good weather for the next week or 2, so at last get on with it. So yesterday we did a lot, went and saw some friends, blah blah blah. So I'll turn you around and show you what the plan is today. So my plan today is to get these studs in right along here. I'm going all the way across the whole foundation, so going from here, following this line all the way down there. As you can see, I've got a line in all the way, and it goes all the way right down here. So go all the way down here. Quite a lot to do. All the way up there, if you like. Quite a lot of studs to do today. And then once that's done, a row in here that goes along that line there. So plenty of studs. Basically you want roughly not every metre, but not far off a metre. Obviously your architect will give you the exact dimensions of where it's to go, but there you go. So that's for today. Well, that's that bit, folks. It's done. You can see all the way up there. I'll take you on a little trip up the Pinamishka. So you can see up there. Oop. Going all the way up. And all these are in as well now. This side hasn't finished yet. There's a few bits to go in there, 2 bits to go in there, and then a whole row down there. So that's the next side of it. All the way up, all finished, and all the way up. And that's it. I can take my eye off now and fix it over to the next side. There we go. That's it, folks, we're done. It's all done on this side, everything's done, all the studs are in. So that's what it looks like when they're all in. So I can show you here. There we go, all the way up there, all in, all finished, and that bit over there as well, all done. So tomorrow the plan is, I didn't get it finished up, I thought I might get it finished today, but it was so hot I retreated for a while, had a little nap. So the plan is tomorrow is this 2 rows here, I think it's going to be 2 rows here, of studs to go in. That shouldn't take too long, there's not much going on there really, it's very simple. And then over to there, there's 2 rows to go in over there as well. And that'll be it, so basically 4 rows left tomorrow. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of work climbing in and out the foundation, measuring each one, blah blah blah, but the result is good. You see it's all sprayed up, and there we go. It looks very complex, but it's not. It's all very simple. I will put a photo of the actual plan of this in the video somewhere along the line. But anyway, that's it for today. Turn you around. So that's it for today. Sun's going down over there, you can see, and long day. So get this done, get the tools packed up and covered up tonight, and then a rest, and then tomorrow on with this bit here, and hopefully with a bit of luck I'll have this completely wrapped up tomorrow. I'm sort of thinking that way. It was very, very hot today, and this is directly under sun. This house faces directly south, and because of that you get the sun from morning till night, and it was a hot day today, so it's like just whew, I was getting cooked for a while there, so I had to retreat. But anyway, there's the sun going down in the evening. Beautiful, beautiful. Have a good day, see you tomorrow. Morning YouTubers. So this is working day 10 of the build of season 2, there is, and I'll turn you around and show you what I've got planned for today. The sun's up, it's a lovely day, and hopefully I'll get this flooring finished at last. Okay, so this is yesterday. That was all finished up. Well, this here is finished up, and I put the boards there. Now there's a platform to work on, and I sprayed it again last night. And so today is, I've already moved this from this side. If you remember, go back here. If you remember, yesterday this was all covered up, and now it's opened up, ready for the studs to go in. So what I've got to do today, there's also a bit here as well I haven't opened up yet, but I need something to walk on. So the plan is that 2 rows of studs are going to go in over there, and then 2 rows in this bit here. I think there's 2 rows, maybe 3, I'm not sure. But that also, because of the way this is built, and I'm just bouncing here, and because we've got the terrace here, we haven't got the full width like over there, so it turns out there's a smaller piece here. But that span, I would be tempted not to put any studs in there, but because this is only fixed at 2 ends, one end over there and one end over here, there is nothing to stop the boards twisting in the middle, so it has to have a row of studs in there. So unfortunately it's one of them things. So our roid studs will go in from there all the way to there. I'll put them all the way across, and then once that's finished, there's a little bit of studding here to do where the walls are going to go. That has to go in, and then turn you around, and then on this side there's probably going to be 2 or 3 rows in there as well. So quite a bit to do today, but I'm hoping with a bit of luck I'll get it all done. So gonna get on with it. I'll put you into fast forward mode as ever. Tubers getting attacked by mozzies and moshki, so midges. So been a long day. I thought I'd have it finished today, but I had a little bit left over. It was so hot today, it was unbelievable. So I took a break from it and did some clearing of the forest behind me for a while it was very hot in the shade. So I thought I'd do some of that. Needs doing, and but anyway, I'll turn you around and show you what the progress is. So all this is done, all that row's in now, and that row as well is all in, all the way up. So if you look back here, this is all finished. So if I go to the corner of the building, which is here, you can see I've got a big place here to build, and that off there is almost completed. There is just a few more to go in, and they are going to go right in there tomorrow morning. So that's tomorrow morning. It's just a few to go in. I'll get it a bit closer. So just this lot here to go in where that green line, where that green pipe is. Well, just a bit to the right there, but anyway, in there is the last few to go in, and then that will be it for the flooring. All the pieces are in, everything's done. So all the piramishka, which is studs, are all in. So tomorrow I'm planning, and the new sort has arrived. I've got to go and collect it tomorrow at the post office. So that's only a 5-minute job, so do that in the morning, then come back, finish off this tomorrow, And then tomorrow is day 11 of work days, and tomorrow I'm planning on starting the first walls, which are going to go right there. Planning is to do that wall there, so I can show you that wall there, and this wall along here. That's the first 4 walls are going to go in, and then once they're done, all these boards will be moved over to there, that side, and then we carry on up there. Plan is to leave this completely open, so these boards will have to be moved and re-stacked somewhere. Motorbike going past, noisy bleeder. Sound like a bloody rally. Anyway, so all these boards have to be stacked somewhere else, because in the winter, obviously snow and rain and all the rest of it, I don't want anything covered up when it all opens, so that nothing can grow mould on it. And it won't when it gets to very cold anyway, but snow will land on this obviously, and then it will melt, and then it'll snow again, and it'll melt again, it'll all dribble off. I want it to be open so that nothing stays on there and nothing goes mouldy. It shouldn't anyway, but anyway, just to make sure. So anything that's left over, any especially all these Dimofka, there's a lot of them over there as you can see, they'll all be probably brought into here off the ground and stacked in here somewhere in a space, and then they'll be ready for the next bit of the build. Not sure how far I'll get here. I really wanted different material for the front window there, because it's a very precise cut there, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how far we get with the timber I've got. Don't know if I've got enough, but we'll see. YouTubers, so we're on day 11, and this is the last day of the flooring. I've got 6 pieces or so to put into the floor studs, and that is it. And then we are on to the walls, which I shall be doing this afternoon, which you'll see in the next video if you're following the series. So I'll see you later. That's the last lot in there now, as you've seen in the fast forwarded video. This would have been a lot quicker if I'd have had another person, or even 2 people. Obviously one person that's putting the studs in would stay on the ground below and make it easier to put the studs in, just pop along from one to the other, and then one person would be cutting, another person fetching. So you always do gangs of 3 in this type of work. But I'm on my own, so I have put them in from above, which means I'm bending over. They're below me, my level kind of thing, so it makes it very awkward and tiresome and whatever. But yeah, it's finished at last, so now we're onto the platform over there for the walls. We're starting on the walls, so hopefully this will be a lot easier. It's at my level, so, and a nice big platform to work on. Everything's cool, everything's set up properly, so on with that.
Давай вместе.
Evening YouTube. Well, that's the end of this day. Been a long day. The studs were in that you saw in the previous video, and we've started on the wall we've put up today, and we've got another one ready in the wings to go up tomorrow morning, hopefully. There's a bit more work to do on it yet, but that doesn't take long. So it's raining, so it's calling it quits for the evening, and it's raining, it's forecast rain tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. But it's only for one day, and then after that it's sunshine again for the best part of the week. So see you tomorrow. Good morning YouTubers, it's day 12, and starting on this bit here. I've got a good bit done already, and it's supposed to have been rain today, and it's bright sunshine, so weather forecast got it right again. So I just wanted to share a bit of this important piece of this wall with you now. If you're building these walls, there's a diagonal brace got to go on this. There's actually another wall as well, but that'll be put in after. But on this one, there's got to be a diagonal brace put in right now. Now, okay, it looks nice and square, it's all great, and I can just stick that diagonal brace in now, but no, that would be a big mistake. What you've got to do is get yourself a little program, and I'm going to insert a screenshot of the program into the video now, because I can't get a good shot in daylight from the other phone. So I'll put that little program in. It gives, basically it calculates the length by the width and gives you a diagonal measurement. Now, according to my plan, I have to follow the plan exactly where that diagonal bracing is going, because it goes at 45 degrees. So it's important it's in the exact right spot. So I have to measure that and calculate those. And that little program really helps it, so I'll insert that. There's some other few things before I put this wall up that I'm going to share with you. Under here, between this bit here and the bottom of the wall, this should be insulation, and I'm going to take you around and show you that now. So this is the insulation that I'm putting in, this stuff here, and it goes on the floor joists, and then the wall goes on top, and it creates this seal along this. I'm trying to get this, sun's right in my face here, I'm creating my own shadow, but anyway, it creates this seal between the wall and the floor. And if you haven't got that in, you will get an horrendous draft coming through there, through the bottom of the walls, and it'll make your house really cold. So it's important that that insulation is in any wood on wood joints. There's also something else I'm going to do, but it'll come later. If you can look on here, some of these are just a little bit, there's a little bit of gaps in there, a little bit of gap in, you can't get your finger in there, but there's a little gap there where the wood is bowed and whatever, and it's basically everywhere. You see here as well. So what I'll do before that's insulated, what I'll do is come around with the old spray foam and just make sure any little gaps are completely sealed up, so there's no cold drafts getting into the house. There's no point in putting insulation in here and then having a big gap in there. That's got to be sealed up. And also, before this wall goes up, there will be insulation on here and insulation on here. So when that butts up against this gap here, between this wall and this, will have insulation, so there's no draft going to come into there. It's an important thing to do. A lot of houses, you see, they chuck them up and
they don't bother with that, and then consequently the house is cold, it's drafty. Before I set the diagonal bracing on this, I need to make sure it's completely square, so I've worked out the diagonal as 495. Let's see what happens. 4 meters, 95 centimeters. This one is 498 and a bit. This one is 491. Shift this corner this way a bit, like that. Now let's see. Was 491 and now we're on to nothing. Try that again. Now we're on to 494 and a half. And that way, try the other way. Is now 494 and a half. So it's within half a centimetre square on both. Basically it's square now. So you can see, just by moving one of the corners, you can square up the frame. I'll put a little link to that program and a screenshot of how I did it in the video in a minute. It'll be down there somewhere. And now I can put the diagonal bracing in. Now it's very specific. I'll show you the plan. It's very specific where the diagonal bracing, hopefully I'm getting this. It's very specific where the diagonal bracing has to go. So it has to be put in correct. You can imagine this is backwards. It'll go that way around if you like, right? But that's the diagonal brace there. what I also do is mark up this diagonal brace so that I know exactly where it's going to cut, so I know exactly where it's going to go. There. So now I can cut this diagonal bracing down into the right size and then start on this, and I'll show you how I do it. First, simple cuts across to cut this into shape. So next I want to set my depth gauge on this. As you can imagine, hopefully I'm getting this on camera. So I need to set the depth gauge on this so that it only cuts the depth of this when I'm cutting the diagonals out. So for that, there's a little screw button on here, and I can just lower that down, he says, until I get the correct depth. That's set now to the depth. That's a little bit deep in it. Shut that up a bit. So there we go. We're at the correct depth. So all I do now is turn the camera so I can see it. Get it a bit closer. So all I'm doing is where I've marked it, here and here, here and here, is cut that down loads and loads of times, and then knock that bit out. So here we go, first one. that's the first one. They're cut at the same depth, so it should be because we're just knocking them out. You can knock them out with anything, really. There you go. If you get some there, it won't go. You can cut that in half again. Then you can use a chisel or an axe like this to just make sure it's any bits are removed. So you get a nice smooth finish. This is my first trial of this piece of timber. You can see over here I've just not got it quite on. I just need to slice that a little bit, so mark it and cut it, and then it should drop in there. So I'll leave this on. Let's get this quick spray. And try it again. There we go, just about perfect. Perfect in. So, like I said, just check everything's in line. It is. I would still, I mean you can't see it from here, but on the back side probably there's a little bit of a gap in places, and this is what you don't want. So basically remove it. It's a fairly old tight fit, and a little bit of spray behind each piece. Give yourself a good joint. Well, that went a bit wrong, didn't it? It's stuck open. Nice one. I managed to get it all sprayed anyway. I'll sort that out later. Meanwhile, to get this in before it does dry. Ah, a little bit I've missed. So I have to go for it. A little bit. Still not wanting to seal up, is it? What's going on there then? Now I've got spray foam everywhere, and the spring is just belted out the back of it. Anyway, sort that out later. Once you've got them in, then nail it up. You should be looking at 2 or 3 nails per piece. No, I prefer 3 to be honest. Wall is that. After that little adventure, I'm now going to leave that to dry for a little while, because that is sticky and it's horrible and it's everywhere. I don't want to touch it, get all over yourself. Horrible stuff. But happens, doesn't it? Sometimes these things happen. So next, while I'm waiting for that to dry up a bit, and it won't take long in this weather, I can put in the insulation along there and up that wall there to make sure we get a good solid connection. So I'll go and get that. So my next thing is to insulate this this bit here and these bits to stop gaps in the thing and stop possible drafts. And it comes in big reels like this, and this is called jute. I'm not sure what that is in English. It's probably flax or something. It's a natural material. All you do is run it down, and I've got blooming spray foam everywhere, and staple it in place. Right, so ja postaram specjalną sztukę tutaj. Sekundę. Raz, dwa, trzy. Tutaj. Okay. So. YouTube as well. It's the end of the day, another long day, but we did achieve something, so I'll flick around and show you what we've done. This is what we've got done today. It's actually quite dark, but the video seems to be showing up quite well. That's the wall that we put up today, already all sprayed, all blah blah blah. This is the place for that wall already, and as you can see, where the 2 walls are joined, insulated, and all along the bottom as well. So the next wall we're putting up is actually going to be this one here. I'll show you up now. Off camera I did a little bit of extra work. I've got this frame here ready. Well, it's not ready, there's a lot more to go into it yet, but it's partly done. And I built a nice little table, bench, whatever you call it, so that I can put my saw on there and use that for the studs in the wall. And it's nice and high, so I don't have to bend over it. And also it's at a height where I can use it for when I'm putting in the Верхняя обвязка, which will go on once the outside walls are in place. So quite a lot today. That wall was quite heavy lifting, but me and the wife did it easily. And so yeah, so far so good. I'll see you tomorrow. Ready for the next bit of wall we'll be putting up shortly, once I've got a little bit of work to do on it, and then so on with the day. This insulation comes in different thicknesses and widths. I really want the thin stuff for what I'm doing. This one's 150mm or 15 centimeters, and in between each, this piece here is going to have 3 pieces in, all put together. So between each piece I want a piece of this insulation so that there's no gaps and no drafts can come through. This is the doorway. Certainly don't want drafts around the doorway. Once I've got a piece in position and it's all nice, I can clamp it in position before nailing. If you can get the clamp on. Nice and tight. I did have 3 clamps but one broke. So I'm managing with 2. I just nail it through. And that's how you create these great thick pieces of timber, and without any gaps, without any place where drafts are going to come through. Very important thing to do. A lot of houses you see are not doing that, and the result is they get drafts around the doors and they're wondering why. That's exactly why. You could also replace this with spray foam if you wanted. You could do one or the other. This tends to be cheaper and very effective. This will withstand any draft at all, whereas Penna, the spray foam, has various cold properties that could have certain degrees. Obviously the lower the temperature, the more you'll pay, where this is kind of universal, goes at any kind of temperature. This doorway should only have a single piece of wood in there and then one upright in there, but in experience, it's probably a bad idea to just put one piece of wood in there. Cush you. So I put double headers in, so another piece of timber in there, then an upright, and that way then, I mean this is a doorway so it's not going to do anything, but that way, especially on windows, it's like putting a lintel in a brick house. You don't get sagging windows, you don't get stuck windows, etc, etc. So you know, when you put a single piece of timber in, then a great big window, then you wonder why the window won't open or it's cracked or whatever. That's the reason, not putting headers, double headers in. So that's next. Hello YouTubers, well it's the end of day 13. Bad boy, haven't done much today. It was just, the sun was absolutely blazing down on me. I was like, I can't do much today. So, but we did do a bit this morning and a bit this evening, so I should give you a quick look of what I've been up to. So this is today's activities. Was obviously I put that wall up that I didn't video, but anyway, that's life. But that's all secured now, and of course now I had to put in separately because basically what happened was I split the wall into two to make it lighter to lift, and I forgot about this diagonal bracing. So if I'd have had my brains, I'd have made the wall a bit that way. But anyway, so I had to put it in, then cut these two bottom ones in by hand, but no big deal. It's in, it's safe. And the most important things on these types of construction is that you've got insulation between the pieces of wood. If not, that will blow a gale through there, even with membrana on and all the rest of it. And up here as well, same thing, insulation between the two pieces of timber so that you don't get that. And of course, where the walls join, insulation, and of course on the floor. Very, very important. So this is what I'm up to today. I brought some more timber across, and this is, I started on this next frame, which is 4 meters, which is a bit of a handful for me and the wife together, but I think we can do it. It's not, shouldn't be that heavy. Same as that, we'll leave the window out and do that later, so that it's and also if you put the window in later, you can put a laser level on and get more at the same height, if the windows are at the same height, that is. So yeah, that's the frame. Tomorrow morning hopefully we'll bang that in, and that'll be that all completed. And then once that's in, then we're going to turn our attentions to some of the inside walls. So this inside wall here will be coming in, probably maybe the toilet and corridor wall will come in, the bathroom wall will come in. We'll do all that, and the reason simply is that if I run out of timber or run out of nails, one or the other, this stuff's going to be free floating. It's going to be here all winter, and I don't want it to go over. So if I do the internal wall, it'll be secure, won't go anywhere, and I can probably put on the top plate as well, or Verkhnya obvязка. Okay, so that's today's progress. That's today's progress. Didn't do much. It was very, very hot, so I retreated to the Butovka and hid in there for a while. Had a little nap while the sun. It's just, this really is a sun trap. And I was moaning about the weather, and now I'm moaning about the sun. So, like a woman, can't be pleased. So anyway, tomorrow hopefully get a bit more done, and I'm in no rush. There's a lot to do, so there's no point in thrashing myself and then burning out kind of thing. So might as well just take my time and plod along and get it done. YouTubers, and we're on day, I think, 14, and guess what? The sun is out trying to kill me yet again. But anyway, I'll turn you around and show you what I'm up to today. I just thought I'd show you this before I do it. This piece of timber here is perfectly usable. Nothing wrong with it, but it does have a little bit of the skin on there. all the way up on both sides, tiny bit, but it's perfectly fine inside a wall. But it has to be cleaned first, so I'll show you how I'm going to do that. So this is the thing I'm using, angle grinder with a sanding disc. This is not a new disc, but it'll do the job. Doesn't matter how old it is really for this. Just an old disc will do it. So I'll show you how to do it. So that's how you can clean it off. I'm not sure if I can get it without the sun right in my face, but that's how you clean it off anyway. And that timber is now perfectly usable, but if you do that, don't forget to spray your timber. YouTubers, so this is a hot day, a long hot day again, but I did get some progress done, so I'll turn you around and show you what I've been up to. So this is the wall that I was going to put up, and now it's up. So there we go, one more wall done, and so that's what we've got so far. Oh, dog helping out. So yeah, wife keeping it all clean. She's over there sweeping. Better to keep your work area clean actually. So you don't step on nails and things. So, but anyway, that's it. Another day done. Tomorrow's activities is that wall there. That back wall there, or part of. That's the plan tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Good morning YouTube. So I think we're on day 15 and going on to the back wall today, so follow along. So I thought I'd insert this bit into the video about these cheap Chinese knockoff tools that we're getting here now. What's good and what's bad about them. What's good? They'll do the job, just about. 150 by 50s they struggle with. They will cut through, but they're a bit slack. What does happen is you get two of these batteries with it. They've got that little indicator on that is about as useful as nothing. They get hot very quickly, and in the hot sun here, they've got a thermo cutoff, and they just stop working. So you can't recharge them and you can't use them. So the best way to use one of these is to keep swapping out the battery. Do a couple of cuts, swap out the battery, put it on charge, let it cool down, and keep it. Certainly, I've got one down here on charge all the time in the shade, so that you never, so they don't get too hot. That's the first thing. What else about it? Look here, your hand in here. This digs into your hand here, and I bent it back as far as I could, but so you need to get hold of it at the back there, stop it from digging into your hand. Very small amount there, look. You really need to be careful with that. Some other bad things, this thing is, yeah, quality 0. Just about does it. Gets in the way more than anything. If you can imagine the angle of the cut, this, you know, constantly moving, so you need to be constantly checking that that's at 90 degrees if you're cutting 90 degrees. I would say for cutting lengths down, this will be useless. You won't get 6 meters out of this. You might get 25 and you might cut one down, but 150 by 50s, you're pissing in the wind, you might say. You have no chance. So Makita, it ain't Makita. Some generic Chinese knockoff. But I knew that when I got it. It was my DeWalt is broken, and so I can get it fixed. This is just a temporary. I mean, 6,000 rubles. What's that in dollars? 60 quid, 60 pounds, or $60 roughly. Does the job, but for professional use, no way on earth. It's right if you're taking your time like me, you're building. You can mood so you can have a cup of tea while the batteries cool down, but a professional, no way on this earth is it useful. If you're a professional builder or you're building lots of houses, you need to go and buy the original and lots of batteries. But yeah, basically okay for light work at home. Oh, so I'll just show you what I'm about to do. So this is going to be the windows. You can imagine this is kind of upside down, so if you're looking at it this way, the window's up there. But anyway, underneath it, for this structure is going to be 3 pieces put in there, making a total of 4, and then 2 pieces here, so another one here. So between each piece you've got to have some of this insulation. If you don't, once again, wind will gale through there in the cold Russian winter. So again, it's time consuming, but that's the difference between quality housing and being just thrown up. So I'll give you a close up of this so you can see. Remember, this is upside down, so if you can imagine when it's flipped up, the window goes to the top. So as you can see, we've got 3 or 4 pieces there, and then you got 2 pieces here, and each one insulation in between, and of course sprayed. Next is this diagonal bracing, ukosina in Russian. Has to be cut into the timber now. It's a long old process to do that with a battery saw, so I'm expecting that to take probably an hour to do that, the one piece. So enjoy. Готовься, ну. Oh, good evening, YouTube. I forgot to record this earlier, so I'm recording it now. I'm editing the videos every day, so I forgot to add this in, sorry. So it's night time, but we've got the wall up today, as you can see. So just quick look at this. I'll flick around and have a quick look at it now. So that's the wall up. You see that's the moon up there. Where is it? There's the moon. So that's the wall up today, and tomorrow is on with the next bit of wall right there. So see you tomorrow. So you can see I've got this first internal wall up, which is the corner wall for the doorway. So if you can imagine, there's the doorway and that's the guest room in there. So that's the console. You can see on this, according to architect's plan, we have a diagonal bracing running on the inside of those two walls now, and we've got 3 pieces here. It's going to make sense now why I put 3 pieces. So we've got 3 pieces in here by the doorway, and then on this side there's 3 pieces. So that gives a very solid what would it be, 30 by 150 millimeter timber there when they're all joined together, and they've all got the insulation in, obviously, and they're all sprayed, double sprayed, but it's just still drying at the moment. So that's that wall there, and it's looking pretty good. I've got a line across running across there, so that when the next piece of the wall comes in, I don't have to mess around with measurements. I can put it straight on the line, and that way then I know I'm directly the wall will be straight. I know that the diagonals are good, so just got to follow that line now where that nail is down there. You can see the next wall comes on just where I've split it there. That piece of wall goes on there, and this wall goes down here. So next plan is to put this piece of wall up, which is again another diagonally braced piece of wood with a doorway, and I think there's a doorway here as well somewhere, I'm forgetting, and there's a big doorway here. So not much, very simple wall to go up, but that's my plan. So day 17, I've run out of nails completely. I have none left whatsoever, not even one. But they have arrived in ozone. 4,000 nails I've ordered. So that ozone, for those who don't know, in Russia is something like Amazon. It's like an online store. You order stuff and it arrives. Because nails cannot be bought in the shop. It's difficult even in the big cities to find shops that sell those types of nails. You have to order online. So it's just the way it is. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Good evening, YouTubers. So just show you, it's the end of the day. I'll just show you what I've been up to today, so I'll turn you around. So I've moved some stuff about. I've moved some stuff about. That's over there now. These have been moved to here so that it's a nice platform to build this on. It's important when you're building these frames that you have a flat platform. Because if you don't, guess what? The frame will not be flat either, and you'll be messing around. There's enough variation in this wood without complicating matters, so nice flat platform there so I can lift it up. What else have I done? It's quite a job to split the wall into 2 pieces, so I'll show you what I've got here. This is my plan. As you can see, I'm working on, I've split it there, and I'm splitting it there, so that's 1 piece, 2 piece, and that piece will be in a 1er because that's very light. So I have to work out all the things from that. Been to town and collected the nails, and I'll show you how they arrive. They arrive in boxes like this. So this is the nails out. They arrive like this. If they're a decent brand, these are a decent brand. I'm not sure what brand they are, but they're a decent company. They will come without rust on them. Some of them don't. So pick a good company and stick with it. I think this is the 2nd or the 3rd company I've worked on. So these are particularly good nails. So obviously that wall's up. Well, that part of that wall is up. I'm working on this piece here, which is the 2nd piece. I've just started it. So this is tomorrow morning to get this up and finished. That was a very long piece to get prepare because you got 3 pieces of timber there, and the diagonal brace has to be cut into those 3 pieces, so it's a long old cut to get through them. With the battery powered, circular saw. I wish I could get the other one repaired, but it seems to be impossible here to do it, so I may end up going and buying another one temporarily to get me through this. But yeah, that took a long time. So, but yeah, we're getting there. Tomorrow this wall will be complete, and as soon as that wall is completed, then it's supposed to be raining all next week. So probably once that wall's done, I'll work on the insides of this here, and then what happens is when the inside that's done, I can throw some of these big Dimofka right on the top, across the top there, and chuck some of that material on the top and create myself a little roof. So if it does start to chuck it down, it means tools are not going to get wet and I can continue on working. So that's the plan, is to get that part inside done, and if it does rain, I can work on the floorboards. I can get them into place once the walls are up. So plenty can be done, kind of backup that don't have to stop. I can work on in there whether it's raining or not. So that's the plan, is to get these inside walls up and create myself a little roof to work on. And then once that's completed, then again on with these walls. So I'll see you tomorrow for a nice bright and early day. The nail count today is just over 8,000 nails. So once I got these, I've got 4,000. I bought 4,000 today, so that'll take me up to 12,000 once they're all used up. Morning, YouTubers. Another great day. The wind is blowing, so there's no, well, not wind, there's a breeze, and that's great because when it keeps the temperature down, and there is no mosquitoes and midges biting me. When there's a breeze, they disappear. So very happy today. I'll show you what my plan is and what I'm doing today. Inspector is just checking all the work over, make sure everything's okay. Oh no, he's feeling a bit lazy, not going to bother. Anyway, so that bit walled up yesterday, and I've just prepared this bit here, and I've only just remembered to switch the camera on, so my apologies. Life is life. So a few things about this that are different than usual. As you can see, I've got Jutevi Uteplitl on this bit of wall. Now this is an internal bit of wall, and I bet you're thinking by now, why is putting insulation on an inside wall? It's not necessary. Well, you're absolutely correct, it wouldn't be necessary, but for the fact that it's an internal wall, but it is actually the entranceway, so there's going to be a doorway there, and there'll be another doorway here, and this is what they're basically in Russian houses. You come in, and there's a cold bit and then into a warm bit, so you're closing the outside door before you open the inside door. So if you've got a big gap under the wall, or tiny gap, breeze, every time you open the front door, the breeze is going to go through into the living room or the guest bedroom. So in this case, this needs the insulation in between these bits. Further on, it doesn't need it. Internal walls don't need that Jutevi insulation, it's fine without it. It's just literally for the outside, the top of the contour, or the warm contour of the house, and where that is. Anything inside doesn't need it. So this bit is, like I say, it's internal but kind of external as well. So this is the last bit on this wall that I need. So that's that wall up, it's nailed in now, as you can see. I've just got to finish off with a bit of spray where I've, on the underside where I've missed it. Get all that. As you can see that on this one here, there's a little bit of darkening, blackening. It's not mould, but it's, if I left it, it would be, so that's got to be sprayed as well. But you can see, I'll show you now, this is where I split the wall. There's a line on there. Where I split the wall, and I put an extra stud, mini stud, right in there, just where I've split the wall. So half on one piece, half on another, and that'll do the job nicely. So yeah, that's the internal wall, or tambor or corridor. So that's the entranceway there, then there'll be another door here somewhere when I get to the plans and work it out. So next up is this wall here, which should be very simple. I'm doing something a little bit different here. On this case there is no diagonal bracing because it's two doors followed by a big door over there, so there's impossible to put any diagonal bracing in. So in this case, to keep it square while I put it in place, I'm just securing the corners with a bit of scrap timber and some screws. Hi YouTubers, at night time, as you may have noticed, I cover up the tools and the compressor and whatever, and I don't put them away in the shed. And the reason for that is that here I'm safe and secure. I've got two big dogs, neighbours are there, they've got cameras, we've got cameras, it's very safe here. But I would not recommend this in any other place. I'm not saying that Russia's full of criminals and everything's going to be stolen, but building construction sites attract criminals. It's just the way of the world everywhere, and Russia's no different in that respect. If you leave tools out at night, chances are in the morning they won't be there. It's a bad move. I mean, here we left the Butovka just with a screw holding the door shut. There wasn't even a lock on it, just a screw, and nobody touched it. So all winter and a bit of last summer as well. So we're safe here. But if you're in a cottage in Posolic or something, no way on this earth I would leave anything out. I wouldn't even leave a spade out. That'll disappear as well. Tools are very, very, very valuable here, especially if they're originals. Chinese not so much, but if you've got originals and you're leaving them out, the DeWalts and your Borsches and things like that, they will go quick as Larry and you'll never see them again. So don't copy me in this instance. Good morning YouTubers, this is workday 19 and it's a Sunday, so I don't plan to do much today. I'm going to have a bit of a day of rest, but I want to get this last bit of wall up, so I'll turn you around and show you what I'm doing. This is the last frame that I started last night, and it's part of that wall there, so which is a central dividing wall between the master bedroom, the guest room and the corridor,
and this bit of the house. You can imagine the house is split into kind of three bits, 3 phases. So the plan is to get this up to date, and then after that, which is a very simple job, very quick, and then I'll think about what's next. This piece of timber here is twisted like this, and so to get it into line, what I've done on that end, I've put about 6 nails in to hold it really secure. While that's secure, I've screwed on a temporary piece of scrap here. So what I can do now is clamp. This is also nailed with about 4 nails in the bottom there, just to hold it in place. And I can now just bring that into line. He says sometimes it takes 2 or more clamps to really get it to come into position. Sometimes 2 is better. Oh, it fell off. You could sort of mess around and get them into where you want them, but the result will be okay. There we go. So that's 2 in. You can see now it's twisted it back into place. So what I can do now is put in that nail that I've taken out. And I can nail it side with a few extra nails in there. If the nail gun works, that is. So that's now nailed solid. Let's see if it's holding in place. There we go. YouTubers. So, been a funny old day, a rest day partially, but I did do some bits. So I'll turn you around and show you what I've been up to. This is the bit of wall that I got up today, and that's all finished now. And I've decided to go around the outside again. So we're starting on this frame here, which will be that bit of wall there. After that, then there'll be this bit of wall here, and then once that's completed, then we go along there, down here, and then this central wall, whatever it is there, central wall. So that's how it's looking. That's how it's looking so far. Looking pretty good, I think. It's supposed to be raining not tomorrow but the day after, but it's been very cloudy today and I can sort of fail at trying. So just as a caution, I've got everything covered up now just in case. I don't want all the stuff that's been drying out in this lovely hot weather to suddenly get a soaking. So all covered up just in case. Well, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is that one. Very, very tired now. We're on to what, 19 days working practically without a break. So very, very tired now. A bit of a burnout, so I had a rest today. And tomorrow is going to be that wall, and then next week it's all supposed to be raining, so probably a good rest next week, ready for the week after, and to get on with this. I can do some other stuff in the rain. We can go to town, we can sort the electric out, sort the water out. There's a lot of stuff we could be doing, so it never stops, does it? Right, well anyway, see you tomorrow for day 20. We've decided that me and the missus have decided that we're going to put up the front wall. I'll take you around there and show you now. This is where the front wall is going to go. It's a big triangle shape windows, and it's 4 meters by 4 meters high, so it's very big and very heavy. And it just happens across the road from us, the neighbours having some work done, and the workman offered to help me give it a lift into position. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put that one into position, because for me and the missus it will be impossible to lift it on our own. So that's the plan, to get that ready today. This part of the video, I'm just showing you what I've been up to. I haven't showed the whole process because it just would be a hell of a long video. Don't think it's worth it. So basically, the central piece here is 5 pieces all joined together with insulation in between each one. That's the top of the windows, or the bottom of the windows if you like. It's the top of the bottom window. How's that? And then on the top here I've had to work out the angles of the cuts and whatever, so that's all sitting there ready to be cut. And the biggest problem with this material is the fact that it's all bent, or a lot of it is bent, and it's difficult to find straight through. I've been sort of looking through the pile. There's a big pile over the other side of there that I've discarded that I couldn't use for this bit. So very, very difficult to do this when it's bent in, but it's difficult to straighten it. It's everything difficult, so very hard. But done it. It's ready. I've got a screw in there and a screw in there, and that should meet the diagonal right in the centre of this, right in the centre of this beam, right there. And it does. So we're dead on. We're okay. But it was a bit of a battle to get it into shape. If you were making this yourself, and a lot of people use big beams, you know, this is what this would be 150 by 150, and then with the bottom piece as well, it makes into 150 to 250 by 150. So big heavy beam it would be. And the trouble is the crack, and if they arrive and they're warped or bent, then great, you can say you can send it back or whatever, but then you've got to wait another
forever to get another piece. Is it going to be dry? You know, a lot of problems. So this is one way of doing it, but it is very, very long process to get it all set up. So I'm set up now basically, so basically I've marked it all out, so it's just a case of cutting these into strange shapes, fitting them in, and then adding in the bits, the rest of the bits and pieces, which is this top window frame. It's all got to be done. The middle frame there has all got to be done. The bottom bit has got to be done. There's studs got to go in the side. There's all sorts. Yeah, you get it. But it's a big old job to do it all. But it's got to be done. It's got to be done right. This is very, very important bit. It has to be in the right spot, because this being the roof being for the central thing, this elevated roof here. This is the central beam for that one there, for this window. So it's got to be dead on. Hence why I've got two rulers out, and I'm constantly checking the diagonals, not off too far. It's actually, it should be on this centre here, and we are sitting at. If I can get hold of it, I can do this one-handed. We're sitting at basically bloody within millimetres, so I'm very happy with that so far. Very happy with it. But yeah, it's a struggle to do it with bent timbers. So anyway, I'll continue on, and then I'll show you the result once it's completed. YouTubers, so it's evening, it's getting dark, and I'm recording this just before I can't see it anymore. So I'll show you what I've been up to today. So almost ready. This is the front window. I'll show you this now. A lot of work, a lot of cutting. It's almost ready, so I can get a bit higher here. So you can imagine this is the window here. It's kind of like a ribbed structure up here. So you got these pieces in here, across there. That's where the central beam for the mini roof will go, and then across there and down. These will have ribs in as well all the way along, or studs in all the way along. There's a lot more work to go around the windows. This is going to have 20 centimetre timber put in it. There's a lot of work to go in, but it's getting to a point where we're working on three beams in centre, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 odd beams. It's going to be such a weight now that I can hardly move it, so I've had to support it with all these temporary braces in, so when it's lifted it won't fall apart. Another one down there. I did make a mistake today. That's there, you can see I've just ripped it out there. I cut that one the wrong side. It's like, yo, it's wrong, so I had to come out. So I'll replace that tomorrow morning, and then after that's replaced, then the guys from across the road that were working on the place, they're going to come over and give me a hand to lift it into place, and the wife as well, and the neighbour, I think. So whole gang of us, because that is some weight now. It is absolutely horrendously heavy. Doesn't look much, but it's wide. It's 4 metres wide, and it's 4 metres high, so it's some weight in it. A lot of the pieces are bowed. There's a piece here that's bowed. I'll straighten all out later on when I put these studs into it. There's a whole load of studs down the bottom to go in, and where the window's going to go. There's a whole piece around there. There's a lot of work to go into it yet. It's kind of probably half finished, but as you can see, all the joints are all cut at funny angles. You got one coming in there, then one coming in there, then there and there, etc. So it's a hell of a beast to put together. It took me a long time because it's so big. But anyway, I didn't film a lot of it because I was just like so busy. They're finishing tomorrow across the road, so tomorrow's my last chance to get some help to lift this up. So that's why I've done it. It's probably 9 o'clock now, and I'm just finishing up. So just one beam to put in there tomorrow, and then that'll be it, and some more supports to go on to hold it in place. And it's a funny old thing, because at the top here is where eventually the the roof ridge will go for the mini roof coming this way. If you can imagine, there's a roof coming this way. So that's where that'll sit in that gap there. So because of that gap, there's nowhere really to nail to. They're kind of free floating, so I've had to support it there while it's lifted into place, and then once it's in place, then there's a piece underneath going in, and there's a whole lot of stuff to go in there to support it. So, but for the time being, that's it. I've had enough. So time to get packed up. It's promising to rain tomorrow. It's just starting to spot now, so get cleared up and pack in for the night. See you tomorrow. Good morning, YouTubers. So we're on day 21 and we're up this morning early, and I didn't get time to set up the cameras with the raising of the wall with help from the builders across the way, but it's up anyway, so I'll turn you around and show you what we've done. That's the main window up of the construction, and what a heavy, I could say an F word there, but I won't bleep word, it was. And yeah, that was some weight to get that up there, but those two plus me plus the wife, and we had it up in seconds. And it's worked out that I'll show you, it's worked out that that's where it's insulated along there, and that was already set with that temporary brace, and this was set at 90 degrees with these temporary braces. So when we raised it, it fitted, slotted exactly into there perfectly. And if you look down here, if you look on that side, this is an internal, and so you've got an external wall there that it joins to, and then there's another external wall here. I'll show you that it'll join there, and that's so it's left a space of 150. I'll show you here where the next wall sits. So that's where that wall sits. We're just in perfectly there, so it worked out very nicely. It's a surprise. There is a little bit of remedial work to do. You can see that piece there is bent there, you can see that there. So that's these temporary braces are going to be released on this end, and then that's straightened up and put in the studs in there, and that'll straighten that all up. And along the bottom here there's a lot of studs to go in, so there's quite a bit of work to do on it yet. But yeah, I'll show you from the inside actually. So that's basically the big window. I was kind of worried about that one, because I knew it was going to be heavy, and I knew it was difficult to get it in the right place and the right size and get it all. So yesterday I was really messing about trying to get it all diagonally straight, but there you go, that's the window. And if you can imagine, as I've shown you the other way, that's exactly where the sun comes up when the sun is out, and it's determined to rain, but that's where the sun comes up, and the moon sits there at night as well. So it's very nice, very, very nice. Thank you to the builders across the way, who I would recommend if in this part of this world. YouTubers, it's day 22. Nail count is around about 9,000 at the moment. So I'll show you what my plan is today. So it was raining last night heavily, but it's been a bit sunny this morning, and the timber has dried out again. So I'm very happy about that. As you can see, yesterday I slipped on the wet wood and I put my foot down that hole, and I've got a black leg now, so my own fault. But yeah, so today's plan is to get this bit of wall here. This is 4 meters, so that's going to be raised up there, and that'll give us a nice firm, secure place to secure that wall there, and straighten that beam up as well. So that's the plan today, to get that up, straighten that up, and put this up and secure that wall. And that'll then continue on down there. But first of all, not sure whether to go that wall down there or that wall down there. I'm sort of 50-50 at the moment. I think probably we'll put that up, then go across there to bring that up, so that gives like a nice straight corner. I'm sort of concerned about amounts of timber now. I'm kind of thinking, how much have we got left here and how much can I do? So probably this wall and that wall there to start with, and then we'll see what's left over. I think there's enough to do all of that, and probably some of the inside as well, but let's see. There's a lot of stud work to go in around that window there. There's a lot of work to go on that, and a lot of stud work in here as well, so I really want to get that done before we leave, so it's all sort of secure over the winter, because obviously winter time is snow and wind. I don't want all this to go over. It shouldn't do, it seems to be okay, but you have to be careful. These two pieces of timber are twisted, both of them together, twisted that way. So what I've done is attached a piece of scrap that's cut at 90 degrees, and what I'm going to do is hit this piece of wood in here and straighten them up, and when they're straightened I'll put some lot of nails in there to keep them straight. You can imagine, I'm not sure how much this you're going to see now, but hopefully you'll see that twist, that wood twist back into shape. A bit of luck. There we go, that's pretty much twisted back into shape. Hopefully, I'm not sure what you've got on that on the camera. So what I'll do now is nail that one in fully, and then nail that, clamp them together and nail that side and see what happens. So that's a better view now. You can see that one straightened up, and this one, you can see as I've clamped together, there's a gap appeared here where it's been straightened and clamped together. So all I'm going now is put some nails in here and see if it works. And remove that piece with the help of crowbar. I think it's worked as good as it's going to get. They're clamped together, well not clamped together, nailed together now, and I've put a whole bunch of nails in the bottom there to keep them straight. So another way to straighten bent timber, if you come across it. Well, it's not actually bent, it was twisted, kind of corkscrew style, so that's another way of dealing with it. Well, it's day 22 and it's afternoon time, and I'll show you what I've been doing today. Now, put up this main wall here, and if you notice, the outer piece there was bowed considerably, and I thought that if I put the next wall up it would just bring it into line, and I was wrong. It did not. It just, I could not straighten the next wall up with the next wall there that I've got up now. I couldn't straighten it up, that wall, the wall on the right there, which is the dividing wall. But it's kind of outside and dividing wall as well, but I could not straighten up that piece of timber, no matter what I tried. So I was left with no choice but to replace that last piece there So that's what I've been doing today. Took the old piece out and completely replaced it with a very straight, hunted a very straight piece of timber up and replaced it, and now we're all in line and level, whatever. So that's what I was up to. And also we got this wall up last night, but we took it down again. Well, I took it down again this morning and replaced that piece because I just could not straighten it up. So that's in now as well. And I'm moving around to this kitchen wall, which will be the doorway and window. And the reason I'm doing that is so that it secures. Because I've got stuff everywhere here. It's going to secure. Well, in fact, let's stand here. This kitchen wall here will be the window and the door, which will secure this wall, because this wall at the moment, as you can see, has got there's nothing to hold it in place, no bracing or anything. It's just standing there. So I'm going to have to put a temporary bracing in a minute to stop it from moving around in the wind, and then the plan is to get this wall up here tomorrow. So it's on with that. So I'll put it on the stand and let you watch. Before I continue on with that wall there, I just thought I'd show you. I've got to put some nails in the bottom there to secure that wall. I haven't done it yet. But before I do that, I'm going to make sure it's in line. So obviously this wall's going to continue on right down there where that line is going. So I've got a piece of string or a line running all the way down to the end there. That's the same measurement from the edge to there and from the edge to there, so we get nice straight line. You can see it hits the, as you can see, it hits the timber there, under this boards and the timber there, so we can see we're in the right spot. Well, that's fine and dandy, but you really want to check your diagonals. Keep going on about diagonals, don't I? But so the way to check this wall is in the correct spot is, so I measure from the edge of that wall there down to the end of this piece of wall. So I measure from there to there, and on this side I do the same. I measure from there and I put a point in there. It's actually a screw I've got in there. So I now know that that screw is exactly the same distance from the wall as that end of the wall is from that wall. So you can see we've got this thing. So now the diagonals should match. So I've put a couple of tape measures out here. Let's have a check here. Oi. So, oi, you fell over there. So this one is ringing in at, what we on, 43 and around about 43 and a bit. 43 and a bit, and if we go over this side to the edge of this wall, we should be hitting, if we're accurate, around about the same. So on this side we're getting what? Again, we're hitting 43 and a bit. So we've got a diagonally, which means that you don't even need to measure across there to there. We know that it's straight because it's diagonally correct. And that's a quick way of doing it. Oh, I'll show you this here. You see I've got a screw where this wall starts and in the edge there. I mean, yeah, within a couple of mil, and one there, same place roughly, and it gives you a diagonal. I mean, it doesn't have to be to the millimetre, but you know, basically they should be hitting the same spots as best you can. That's how you take a diagonal. And of course, when I fit in this next piece of wall there, eventually I can measure where it ends there and where it ends here, and I can run the tapes one to there and check the diagonal again, and that wall should be perfectly in line along with that string there. So way of checking your diagonals means that when you come to do your room, your flooring, whatever, you're not messing with strange angles on the flooring. You've got 90 degree. I mean, I haven't checked this, and honestly I haven't checked this. So well, only when my quick square is. I've lost it. I can see the little one, but I can't see my big set square. Oh, there it is. It's over there. So I'll get my bigger one. It's a better one. Right. I've got stuff everywhere. I'm totally disorganised today because I'll to climb up there and remove that wall and then whatever. So this is my big quick square, or set square in English, whatever you want to call it. Uголок in Russian. So, like I say, I've not tried this at all. Let's see if we can get 90 degrees here at this corner. There we go. So we're absolutely dead on there on that side. Let's try the other side. Move that. Can't get the damn thing off now. So and chuck it in there and see what we come up. You see this timber here is all bowed, but even so, I still should get. There we go. So we're at 90 degrees on each corner. So there you go. That's another way of checking it as well. Well, that's not as good as the old diagonal measurement, but it gives you a good measurement. So there you go. That's one way of doing it. There's my mistake fixed. It's not a mistake, it was a bad piece of timber that I thought I could straighten and I couldn't do it. So life is life, eh? There's a couple of other bits to go in here. I've probably never mentioned this on this framing housing, but I'll show you this. I'll get a piece of timber here. On frame housing, when you come to your corners, you have your final finish will go across there, if you can imagine. Get a piece here. Your final finish goes across these, right? So in this case we're using imitation spruce or internal siding, if you like, or what would you call it? Tongue and groove, I guess, in English. Well, it goes across there, right? But there's nothing to connect it to. So the only way to do that is to put a piece in right there, like that. So you put an extra piece in there, and that way you've got something to connect to on the corner. And that goes for all the corners, and there's another corner over here. In this case, you can see here, this needs to go in there, like that way, and on any corner really, where you need to connect to. On this one here, obviously there's, which is, well, looking from the other side here, but you can imagine there's nothing to connect that to on there, so this is going to have one put in there to connect to. That'll be just straight onto there, like that, and every corner is the same on frame. So you need to put an extra piece in each corner to connect your, if you don't do it, how are you going to connect your final finish? So just check that if you're having a one built and your frame's all done and it's all nice and everything's good. Check your corners, make sure you actually connect something to connect your imitation brush to, because if you don't and the people who come in to do the final finish, or if you're doing it yourself, whatever, you're like, now what do? You can end up ripping out insulation and messing around trying to get a piece in there. Very difficult trying to get a nail gun in there, especially if you've got the outside on. If you've done the outside finish, how are you going to get a nail gun in there? You can't. You're going to have to start messing around with screws from the other side, or don't say. So especially if you can imagine that this is going to be insulated here, right, and then this will be insulated, then how are you going to get a piece in there later on? You can't. So it's important to bit my jute video, so it's important to get that piece in there straight away, so you don't forget, and it's all nice and secure. Okay, I'll put you down and get on with it. So done a little bit of remedial work, check the diagonal, whatever, and I put in this extra piece here, which is the inside where the imitation brush or siding or the final finish will connect to. So that's that, but it's got insulation between here and here, which you can see it, and I can show you that. Yeah, insulation between there and there, and between there and there. So fully insulated corner, very, very important on this type of housing that your corners are properly insulated. And on the bottom there's no gaps, but if there was to be a gap up here, then a bit of spray foam in there as well to prevent that. So my plan was to start on the kitchen door and window wall, which is this one here, and I thought, well, yeah, it's going to have a diagonal brace in that, which will obviously support that wall there. But I've changed my mind. I'll tell you for why. That's now secured with a temporary diagonal brace in there to the foundation, so that's going nowhere. That's all secure, and I've got one temporary one there as well. So the reason is this: this wall is an internal wall, if you like. It's running from there, the inside of there, to 15 centimeters short of this wall here. Now, the problem is, if I put that wall up there now, and then this wall comes along here, the external wall, if the external wall timber is short or is in width, if you can imagine, I'll show you. If you can imagine, this one here is, the width of this is absolutely just about 14.8, about 14.8, that one. And if I pick up another one, a different one, we'll get a different size again. What we've got here, oh, this one's about 14.3. This one here is about 14.3. There we go. So because of the different widths of the timber, if I was to put in the internal wall first, then the outside wall may turn out to be almost a centimetre different, either bigger or smaller than the gap that it's meant to go in. Now I could hunt through all the timbers and find one that fits, but it's getting all the timbers the same. So to prevent that happening, basically what would happen if it was too big, the wall would be bigger than the foundation, if you can imagine. So it would be hanging over the edge of the foundation, not by much, by a few mil no doubt, but it would still be doing it. I want to avoid that at all costs, so the way to do that is to do the outside wall first, down to here, and then what's left of the gap here, make that wall exactly to fit that gap that's there. So that way there's going to be no gaps. And it's the same as what I did on this wall here, this internal wall. Yeah, I started on the outside there, but then I came all the way down, and if you look, the last piece, I split into 4 pieces, but on the last piece, which is an internal wall, which is going from there to there, in the internal wall, I'll turn that around over. Piece here, you got this external wall that runs down here, so you got, I joined it there, and the last piece I did, I just measured from there to there on the inside, so it's an inside wall, and that way I got an exact fit of that wall there and that wall there, so no gaps, it's not hanging over the foundation or anything like that. So that's the reason I'm going that way. I haven't looked at the plan that carefully, and it's actually quite difficult to see. I've only printed it in small print, so it's difficult to see where if it was an external wall or an external wall. And I got on the computer and had a quick look, and it's definitely an internal wall. So it's going to have to be continuing on with that frame there, which is a good thing, because I've already got that external bit done, so just the insides of it to do. Afternoon, YouTubers. So it's day 20 something, I think it's 26th today or 25th. Anyway, it was raining this morning, and because of that I was sort of lazy about it. I thought I'm not going to uncover the timber and do anything today. I thought I'd just have a lazy day and rest day, need it. So but I thought while I'm there I'll have a look at that DeWalt circular saw of mine. I thought maybe I can get that bolt out myself. I'll have a look. I was looking at circular saws, and it's just so much crap. It's very difficult to find something of any quality at a reasonable price. I thought I'll have one quick look at that bolt. So I had a look at it, and I thought, I wonder if I get a nail in there and just twist. I wonder if it'll turn a bit. And so there's a little, this is it here actually, there's a little nub on there. You see, it hadn't sheared off flat, it had sheared off with a little bit sticking out, and I got a nail behind that and just tapped it and it moved. I thought, hey, it's moved, and I just kept doing that, and eventually it twisted to a point where I could hold up my fingers and pull it out, and thank God. And it turns out it wasn't a left hand. I thought it was a left-handed thread, but it's not. It's an ordinary thread, and it turns out that the cheap Chinese disc saw that I got, the centre bolt is out of the same size, so I'll show you now what I've done. So this is my original DeWalt, so that's where the bolt sheared off, and that's the original, that's the Chinese bolt, and the Chinese top off of that thing there I used as well, because mine's a bit sort of worn out, so the Chinese one did come in handy, and that's the bit of bolt, the original bit of bolt that I got out. So now we're on the old DeWalt again, thank God. It cuts through, I've just gone and put a new disc on it, and it cuts through timber like it is a hot knife through butter. It really is fantastic. I was sort of really not happy about when that bolt sheared off. So you can see it's original DeWalt. It's, what is it, D23620 QS. I bought this when we first started building our first house, so that's over 15 years old, and it's still going strong apart from that bolt that snapped off. I've replaced, at one time I replaced the bearing in the end there. There's a little bearing there for the rotor, but that was all. Other than that, it's lasted all that time. Yeah, it's looking a bit battered now and a bit worn, but yeah, can't recommend it enough if you can get hold of an original. I would say that you're better off going on something like a Vita and buying second-hand, older second-hand tools of quality rather than buying new Chinese cheap ones. Don't do it. They just fail. I've just proved it with that circular saw that was battery powered. Just absolute garbage. I mean, they're okay for very thin stuff, I suppose, or ripping plywood down probably, but garbage. For serious work, you want to get yourself hold of something like, I mean, one of these, a second-hand one, I spotted on the Vita, not DeWalt, but sort of similar, somewhere around about 8,000 for an original second-hand one. So you're better off doing that in the end. It'll save a lot of time and effort, and I wish that would have been an original second-hand one, to be honest. But even then, people sell them off, say, the second-hand, and really it's the same Chinese shit they've bought, and they're trying to flog it off because nobody wants it, but it does the job. It cuts accurately now. I've made a slight modification to it. There was, I don't know if I showed you this, there was, because it's a copy of a Makita, or it's a generic Chinese brand, but it's supposed to be a copy of a Makita, right? I'll just show you what they've done here. I've got everything covered up because it was raining, so let me show you here what they had done. On the original Makitas, this backstop moves in and out like this, so you've got a length, and you can, but really it's a gimmick. It's of no real use to anybody, and on this particular saw, it put the cuts off by about 1 millimeter every time. No matter what I tried, it put it off by about 1 millimeter on the angle. I was messing around. I got hold of the Allen keys, and I was messing around with the adjusters here and whatever. It just, nothing would work. It just went, and then I realised it was that damn thing, because when it's folded up, it's getting in the way. So I swiftly took a hammer to it and smashed the bolt out there and smashed it off, and it's the best thing I've done so far with it. Now it cuts beautifully, so no problems there. So I've modified a Chinese copy. Interesting. If you buy any of this stuff in Russia and it claims to be original, and it arrives in, obviously not, then it's what they call a Padelka, a copy or rip-off Padelka, and you're quite within your right to send it back if it's advertised as original. Most people, like Ozone and whatever, it will write on it that it's a copy or whatever, and so you won't get ripped off. But be wary of buying tools here. You know, copies, especially chainsaws that look like, you know, great new Still chainsaw, and it turned out to be a copy, Chinese copy. So be very, very aware of that here. Anyway, today's plan is, I wasn't planning to do anything because it's raining on and off, but I think because it's kind of stopped now I've got my saw working. I'm very happy about that. I was like, oh well, the Chinese one of the batteries is already broken, so so there you go. So I was like, what am I going to do? How am I going to do this? I need a circular saw. I didn't want to buy a cheap Chinese one. I didn't want to order one. So that's why I had to go at that today. So the plan is today to get this up. Basically what that saw does is I'm putting the diagonal brace and I'm having to cut, you've seen I'm having to cut into the diagonal brace, and with the Chinese one it's just taking forever. It was, even with 2 batteries, they get hot, they cut out, you can't charge them, you can't do anything, you have to wait for them to cool down. Just a real pain in the ass. Absolute rubbish. Don't bother with any of these Chinese battery operated tools. Nothing is any good. I've not seen. My boss bought a whole what do you call it? They call it complete here. The whole shebang. There's a hammer drill and all that. Just garbage. Nothing's good in there. Not one thing is good in there. They're all rubbish, you know. If you're going to buy Chinese tools, buy at least the corded tools. Don't buy battery tools because it's just garbage. Buy the originals. Buy the originals or buy corded tools. Corded tools, at least they've got some power behind them. Like this here, I mean, it's okay. I mean, even the lock doesn't, you know, you see that even the lock is way off. But it's got plenty of power in it. I don't know what it says on it. It says 3 kilowatts for that size motor. 3 kilowatts. That is only 1.5, an original. Look at it. Look at the size difference. It's just complete garbage. That has never been 3,000 or 3,000 watts or 3 kilowatts. Never in a million years has that ever been 3 kilowatts. Just complete nonsense. So probably around about 1.5 kilowatts, probably somewhere around about that, or less. But it's enough for this. But anyway, it's starting to rain again, as you can see. So I think I'll cover up and go and have a cup of tea, and if the rain does actually stop at some point, I will come out and do that there, and I'll video most of it, especially with the diagonal bracing. With now I've got my saw working properly. You can't believe how relieved I am about that. That is such a good tool. You can't believe it. I've had that a long time. I was really devastated when that bolt broke off. I thought, no, what am I going to get? I looked at a new rotor to put into it. I thought, get a new rotor, 6,000 rubles. Like, Jesus. That's kind of why I bought the Chinese one, because the price of a rotor for that, if I'd not been able to get that bolt out, would have been the same price as a Chinese one. So I thought, oh, I might as well get the Chinese one. But yeah, lesson learnt. Bitten hard there. Don't buy them. But some things come in handy. The bolt came in handy for this one and whatever. So can't really complain, can I? Evening, YouTubers. It's the end of the day, and I didn't film most of it because it's been raining all day. I probably said so. You can see. I'll show you. Turn you around and show you anyway. Try and hold it at arm's length here. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but as you can see, what I've done today. This back wall here I put up today. Very simple. There's no diagonal bracing in it. It's just 4 pieces to put in. The frame was already basically made. So I just kept sticking them in and banging that up quick. I sort of put a piece in, then ran in out the rain. Put another piece in, ran out the rain. You get it. Impossible to film it. So, but it was very simple. All it's up. It's done. It's insulated. It's sprayed up. So don't have to worry about that. The floor here. Quickly show it. Turn you around. There, the big window up there, the bedroom window, and I've got the platform ready now. I moved it all across in between the douses of rain, and we're going to go across around the wall there to here somewhere, and then across here, which will be that's the outside complete then, and then we have to come down here, put this wall in, and then the very important part then is these central walls, which are going to go. Actually, this is not having a central wall. It's going from here. It goes from here down there, that's a central wall, and that should marry up with the beams here. There's a, if you can imagine, there's a pile right under there somewhere. There it is. There's a pile there that matches that central place there. There's a lot more beams to going down that side, and there's a lot of beams to go in here. So you can imagine where that hits there, in between those two doorways. And see the two beams there where I've joined it. That's going to have about 4 pieces in there, and that's a central brace for the roof. That's where it's going down. So it's essential that I get that absolutely spot on, because that support, this is the supporting wall for the roof arch, yeah, the roof beam, the roof ridge, if you like. And that roof there, with the big beam that's going to be 30 by 150, is coming right across to join into that there. So it's got to be pretty much dead on accuracy from now on. These walls here, you can get away with a bit of moving it a bit to there, you know. It's not a big deal. Basically they're all 60s apart from where the window is and where I've joined it, you know. Very simple, but now it's kind of getting to the critical parts. But anyway, that's on for tomorrow, so I'll bid you all farewell. Good night. If you're watching this video for the first time, please subscribe. You don't have to like it if you don't want, but subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Good morning, YouTubers. We're on day 25 and it's the morning and it's clear at the moment, but it's threatening to rain between starting at 1 o'clock and finishing at 4 according to my hourly weather forecast, but we'll see what happens. It feels like it's going to rain, so I'm going to get as much done as I can before the rain, then cover up, then hide for a few hours, and then come back in the evening time and hopefully do a bit more. But I'll turn you around and put you on camera and you can see what I'm up to. I managed to get 2 pieces cut, and now I'm running from the rain again, so damn rain. Hey YouTubers, so it's supposed to be stopped raining at 4. It's 1 minute past 4 now and it's just spitting, so I think I'm okay now. But I'm waiting and waiting. I did a few bits of cleaning the spray gun out to get all full of gunk, and then they won't spray, so hopefully now I'll get a little bit done this evening before it gets dark, so I'll put you down. I've set this up now, as you can see from the fast forwarded bits. I've checked the diagonal, I've got the thing in place all marked up. So this time, instead of speeding up the video like I normally do, I'm going to let it run in real time to show you the difference between, or hopefully the difference between the DeWalt original power saw that's run on a cable and that Chinese thing, and hopefully should see a difference. With the Chinese thing, with this wet timber as it's been raining, I was taking well over an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, just to cut these out. with multiple battery changes and whatever. And the last one I did, it took me best part of the day just to get it done. Change the batteries, then one of them died, and that, yeah, you got it. So let's leave this in real time and see what happens. Those two cuts there alone, before were taking me, it could take me about 15 minutes to get through those two. So that one right. Let's go for it. That's it, that's the cuts done. Quick as that. Not so long that was, but that went long. Actually, it's a much neater cut as well with that. done. What more can you say? I'll take you a quick look, show you how much better that is. As you can see, a lot neater cuts on there, neater cuts there, much better cuts all the way across it. So there you go. If you can afford to get there's the proof in the pudding. If you can afford to get second hand but original tools, you're much better off doing that than buying new cheap Chinese ones. And even some of the new branded ones are not the quality of the old ones. This is 15 years old, made in I think this one was made in America. Absolute top quality. Thank you DeWalt, though I'm not sponsored by anybody. Yeah, brilliant tool. Gonna get this sprayed now, get it nailed up and get it into position. Before I lift this wall up, I wanted to show you actually how I do it. And you can see me lifting them up, but I'll show you the process, kind of how it's prepared. So I have my jute insulation, which runs along there between the floor and the wall, and then where I'm joining the walls up again, I've insulated all the way up to the top. And because this wood is wet with the rain, I've sprayed it all, but just to make sure the actual insulation is sprayed with antiseptic as well, all the way down and all the way along there is all sprayed with antiseptic, so that if, as it's drying, and it does dry quick, there is anything nasty in there, then hopefully the antiseptic will get it and prevent any mould growth. So you see it's in position now. If I didn't explain this, you see there's bits of wood tacked on to the end there. They are my stoppers, so as I flip it up, they'll hit those and it'll just drop into position. And there's another one there on the wall there that'll stop it from disappearing over there. I've got my clamps there, so as soon as I've got it up, I can bang a clamp on and it's not going away then. If you haven't seen these type of nails before, these are 90mm or 9 centimeters, and they are ribbed. So you got like a rib on there to stop them from coming out. They're thin, but they won't move anywhere once they're in. And they're adequate for framing. They're perfect. Right, these are for that type of gun. These go at 21 degrees of angle, kind of thing. To show you these pneumatic nail guns. Hopefully I'll get this in view here. These have a safety feature on them where they won't, that's like automatic, you just hit it and it goes in, but not very effective. That's the better way, just to pull the trigger. But nothing will happen unless that's back, in which case it will fire. It's like a safety mechanism. So if you're carting this about and you get that against your clothes and you've got your finger on the trigger, guess what? You're going to get a nail in your leg. So be careful with these pneumatic nail guns. They're powerful, and one of these I would expect will go straight through your leg into your bone. So keep it well away from anything that's soft. Don't want to nail yourself. Just be careful with them. YouTubers, so it's evening time. It looks bright on the video, I can see it myself, but it's actually getting quite dark. So that wall's up, as you know, and I've prepared this one here, and everything basically is now put away for the night. Everything's covered up because it is raining again. It's supposed to have stopped at 4, and supposed to be sunny tomorrow, but it is actually raining. So I've got timber covered up, I've got everything covered up, so calling it quits for the night. It's getting dark anyway. So I'll see you bright and early. Maybe not so bright, maybe not too early. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully this wall up. Hopefully, I'm sort of hoping if it's a good day, I get that whole corner up. Morning, YouTubers. So we're out for another day. We're on day 26, I believe. Nail count still at around about 9,000 nails so far used, roughly, give or take. So today it is going to be dry. However, it's supposed to be chucking it down tomorrow, so get what I can done today. So I'll turn you on and show you what my plan is. So that's the wall we got up on the last video you saw, and this one was just being prepared. So this is now drying out, and hopefully today we're going to get this wall up, and well, that one will go up, and I'm not sure how far down here we'll get. So I'll show you these two pieces of wood here. They've got a tiny bit of mould growth on them, and I'll tell you for why. As you can see here, it's got some white mould growth on it, just down here. You can see down there and there, and on that piece as well here, some white mould. And the reason is this is sawdust. This is quite thick there, and the sawdust has prevented the antiseptic from getting into the timber. And also, you notice I've got a little bit of skin on there that has to be removed. I've missed that bit. So the thing to do with stuff like that is don't throw your timber away, for goodness sake. It's only a bit of mould. You can see it's gone white there at the end. You see the bit of white mould growth there. It's not the end of the world. All you need to do is get yourself a nice brush it off and spray it with antiseptic, and that will die, no problem. But you've got to do it whilst at this stage rather than later on. So let's get a brush. Even just brushing it, it's already starting to show improvement, removing the mould. So now I'll get some antiseptic on there. With this breeze it'll be gone in a day or two and it'll never come back. But don't be shy with the antiseptic, get a good layer on there. And this is ideal because it's on this side. When I spotted that, I put it this way up so that I can now put some spray on it, and it can sit and soak in while I complete the rest of this frame. Oh, run out of spray. We'll get some more spray, but you get the idea. It'll clear up in no time. And also, that skin has to be removed. So I'll get, in fact, it's such a tiny piece I can probably do with this axe. Probably. Give it a try. There we go. Gone. If you're having a house built or doing it yourself or whatever, and you spot skin, you can either tell the workers to get rid of it and respray it, or just get something sharp, an axe or anything, remove it yourself, give it a spray. Very important. I'll just show you this. All of these are 60, 60, that's a little bit less 60. That's where the window's going. And that leaves me a little gap of just over about 65. Now, the reason that's an odd size is because I've joined it onto that wall. I've split the wall. You see where the smaller piece is there. So I'm going to have to put in another piece in here to compensate for that 5 centimeters. Otherwise the insulation will be more than 60 centimeters, which means putting a piece in, which is not a good idea. So in with another piece. So it's tool time. Show you what I'm using in the way of tape measures. Nothing scientific about it, but a couple of things are different in Russia to other places. If you're from America or even England, sometimes you come across this type, the old tape measure, normal, you lock it to hold it in place, they're okay. But on here, I don't know if you can see this, I'm trying to focus here, you have inches and you have millimeters and centimeters, millimeters and inches. To me, it's just confusing. If you're using centimeters, stick with centimeters, the metric system. If you use the old imperial inches, stick with that. Buy one or the other, don't buy these, it just confuses you. In Russia, everything's metric. Nobody uses inches, it's just not done. So if you're buying tape measures, best thing to do is make sure it's purely in centimeters only. And that way there's no confusion. Nice big letters. There's another one. There's another one again in centimeters. What sizes am I using? Usually for handiness in my hand I use a small one. This one is 5 meters. Maximum, don't buy 3 meter, rulers, because if you're measuring 3 meters, you have to get it right to the very end, and then it won't wind back in again. It's better to get a slightly bigger one, 5 meters or something like that. And then diagonals, obviously, better for the bigger ones. I've got a 10 meter ruler. I wouldn't buy, you could get an 8 meter, but 10's better, because if anything around about 8 meters, you're measuring and you're stretching it. So 10 meters is, and with the automatic lock as well, so you're not having to put the lock on every time. It just automatically stays open and just goes like that. Lovely, very simple. They're not expensive, and this one's got a bit of a ratchet on it now. Starting to, I think it won't be long before this one's done. These don't last long. Zuba is not a bad brand. This one here is HBE, some Chinese thing. Yeah, okay. And as for this type of ruler, I use these are 20 meter ones. These are made by Hessler, and you get them in Petrovich here in Russia. And these are steel rulers. The good thing about these is the 0 point starts from the very edge of that there, from there. So if you hook it on something, you're only losing what, a mil or two, and that they don't stretch as well. So very good. But if you get them wet, eventually the paint comes off. But again, around about 500 to 600 rubles. $5 or $6 per ruler, so not expensive. I use these on the foundations. These last about a month and a half before we replace, not long. So there you have it. There's your rulers. Don't buy the old inches. If you're buying, if you're building yourself here in Russia, or even if you're getting somebody else to build it for you, stick with the old centimeters. It's much easier. If you need to go to inches, if you're determined to go that way, then you need to get your architect to do it into imperial measurements, which is an extra cost. I don't like imperial. It's an old-fashioned system of 12s, and it's just so old. I grew up with that, with the old-fashioned system, and I can tell you the metric system, it's far easier to work with, and far better to work with, far simpler. Anyway, on with the video. Hello YouTubers, well it's evening time, and unfortunately I'm recording this on my other phone because the battery ran out on the other one and I hadn't realised it wasn't recording, so sorry, but some of it I did not record. Battery failure. So I'll turn you around anyway and show you what quite good progress we've done today. So that, I'm not sure at this point while I'm recording this what I actually recorded, so I'll just go through it. We put that wall up, which one was it? That one last night. Then this one went up today. This one went up today. This one went up today. So we've done quite a lot. I'll take you back here, see if I can get a better shot of it. But it's basically the walls I wanted to get up. This is the gable end, if you like, of the house. That's the kitchen. That's the terrace over there. So that'll be the kitchen and the boiler room, come pantry thing. And see, that's the big window that's going to be out. It's not that big actually, but we haven't fitted the parts in yet. But that's window looks out into the garden over there. That window there looks into the back. So quite good progress. We've got that up. The missus helped me put that wall up there because it was too big for me on my own, and I had to split it anyway and join it down the middle there. So it's looking good. We've got, so tomorrow, it's supposed to rain tomorrow, and I've got everything covered up just in case. But if it doesn't, then I plan on getting that kitchen wall up there, and that's going to be doing a one. The missus will help lift that up. This time I'll actually remember to charge the battery up properly and record it. But anyway, that wall there to go up. Once that wall up there once that kitchen wall's up, then we're straight on to this middle dividing wall here. And once that's an important wall, that gives stability to the back wall and the middle wall as well. So once that's up, then we can go down this middle the dividing wall. It's not, I keep looking at it here, but it's not, it's actually over there. It's over there. So, and that will be majority of this 2/3 of the house will be finished at that point. So it's looking good. We've not got much timber left, but I think there's enough to do at least this half anyway. This 2/3, I think, maybe all. So we're pretty damn good. In fact, pretty damn good. We're almost out of jutovy insulation, uteplitl in Russian. So we're gonna have to get some more of that ordered in. But that's not needed for the inside, it's only needed for the outside, so we've got around that to do. Anyway, so that's it so far. The sun's going down over there. It's been a gorgeous day actually. Really surprised. It started off cloudy and rainy this morning, and it turned out to be beautiful. It was getting hot. I was like, sweat was lashing off me. But we got a lot done today. Really big progress. I'm really happy with progress today, and hopefully we'll get this bit in here, the kitchen, and I think we've only got about maybe 2 or 3 weeks worth of work left here now. So really, there's some stuff I can do as well. Other stuff I can do, I can get the floorboards cut for the inside of the front room, the living room, guest room there. That's all now can be done. There's all sorts can be done now. Once the internal walls are up, it's really a big progress. And of course then there's the Verkhnya obvязка to go on, so we'll see. Anyway, I'm waffling, so not sure which part of this I'm going to cut and which part I'm going to leave in this video, but okay. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, like if you like it. If you don't like it, don't like it. And I'll see you tomorrow. Good morning YouTubers, it's day 27 and it's a beautiful day. It's supposed to be rain today, and then I looked again and the weather, it's changed completely and it's completely dry for the next week or so. So hopefully we'll get a lot of progress. Already explained what I'm doing a million times, so I'm just going to get straight on with the kitchen wall today and get that up, and that'll be the final contour finished. We're about to lift this wall up here. The wife's going to give me a hand to put this into position. It's a very light wall, but even so, there's a few things about it. Because it's a central wall, we have to be sort of careful that we don't knock off the insulation around the outsides. This wall here is insulated, but this is not secured anyway, so we can move it that way a bit so we don't knock the insulation off. Important thing to do in these frame housing, you can see I've got it insulated where the timber is going to connect all the way down, it's going to connect there, and then it's going to connect along there. Insulated, 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 all the way along, insulated, every piece insulated where that timber is going to be, and all up there. And while I'm filming this video, can you spot the mistake here I've done? Spot the mistake. that part of insulation should be over there. I've put it on the wrong side, but put a new piece in now. But yeah, make sure this is an outside wall. Everything should be insulated all the way around, so no air gaps, no drafts can come in there. Very, very important. Good evening, YouTubers. It's evening time and it's the end of the day. I've had enough. And the wall is up behind me. That's the wall. The wife helped put me up. Help me put it up. And let me turn you around and show you what's going on. So that's it. That's it. That's the kitchen wall, or the window there, door there. It's not put in yet because I am very low on jutevi insulation, and there's like two pieces, three in there. So until I've got the insulation, I can't touch that there. So it's minimal up, sort of a frame of a frame. So in the meanwhile, what I can do, with what insulation I've got left, is I can put up this wall here. There's only a small piece of insulation that goes along the floor there, between the floor and the wall, so I can do that. Basically, internally, there is no need to put insulation between the, when you're joining timbers, like in there's no need for it, in there's no need for it, and in here there'll be no need for it. So it's just along the floorboards, nothing else. So but yeah, it's all up. It fitted in absolutely lovely, gorgeous, no problems there at all nice and level. So next up, tomorrow, hopefully get this wall in completely. It'll be looking supposed to be sunny all day. It was kind of trying to rain earlier. It's kind of overcast. Tomorrow it's supposed to be sunny all day, so hopefully we'll get that entire wall in there. But I've got a little bit of manoeuvring here to do yet with these boards to get a stable platform before I can put that up. So anyway, that's it for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Beautiful day again. Day 28, I think. Nail count is just over 9,000 nails, and today the plan is to get that wall up, centre wall up, as in the last video. At the moment I've got some manoeuvring to do with all these boards to get a stable platform. After that, it's on with the wall. So it's evening time. Turn you around and show you what I've done. So no walls up today. That's the wall I was intending to put up and I didn't do it. And the reason is because I've been cutting these boards all day. So these are all cut into position now. There's a few more to go in there, but these aren't going to be like so close together. There's going to be a little gap in between. So by the time I've spread them out, it's probably enough to go in down there. So I don't really want to cut any more. And the same in this half as well. So these are all cut now. Again, they'll be spread out. I probably go thin in there, so I'm reluctant to cut any more. But that gives me now a nice platform here to put up these two walls. I can just move them this way a little bit to do that, and also a platform here to put up this dividing wall here. So I've got plenty of space. That's what that's about. It's basically safety, so I don't fall through the foundation, because that really hurts. I've already got a black leg from doing that, so that was only 1 foot down it. So that's what I've been up to today. Tomorrow we're going to see a friend, an old lady, promised to do a bit of electrical work for her, so I'm going to do that. And then I'm not sure if I'll get anything done tomorrow at all, but even so, all week is planned to be sunny, so hopefully get it done. What I'm going to do this evening, I'm doing a live stream today at 6 o'clock, but obviously you'll have either seen it or you won't see it. And before that, I'm going to clear a little bit of forestry out just for a bit of a break, something different. So see you later. Morning, YouTubers. So day whatever it is, I think it's day 29, but I'm not sure. There'll be a title down there telling exactly what day we're on. But anyway, I'd forgotten to set the camera up altogether, so I'll turn you around and show you what I've just been doing. So although I forgot to set up the camera, I haven't actually done much. What I've done is cut these pieces for this little bit of mini wall. So when you cut these, the important thing, make sure the ends are sprayed. Even if this has already been sprayed, but where we've cut, obviously it hasn't been sprayed because we've just cut it. So make sure whatever you do that your ends are sprayed. If you're having a house built and the workers are doing it, make sure they're spraying the ends of it cuts. It only takes a second, and it's a place where bacteria can get into your timber. So if you've just sprayed the ends, hey, guess what? That's not going to happen. The inside of these, so I'll put you down now and put this wall together. This isn't a long process, this wall. It's a doorway between the kitchen and the guest room. So not a big job. There's no diagonal bracing going in, it's just simply putting those 7 pieces in and putting it into position. So I'll put you down. Well, I'm not sure how much of that was caught on camera, but that was quite a struggle to get that piece in, and the reason is simply put, I'll turn you around and show you. The reason was I didn't have my stoppers down here, and the reason I didn't have my stoppers down there is because, as you can see, there's a piece of timber runs this side and you just wouldn't have fitted in there, so I had to do it without. But I had these boards cut and just lost it for a second. It almost went down, but just managed to save it at the last moment. Morning YouTubers, it's day 30 and I didn't film the end of yesterday because, as you know, I went off to do a bit of electrical work for an old lady. So, but anyway, I didn't do anything more here. So today I'll turn you around and show you what I've got planned. I thought I'd take this opportunity to show you a few things I have to do sort of after and before the raising of these walls. So first one is move some of that timber over there to make a nice platform here. Have you noticed these are not banged together, little gap? That's how they will be eventually, like that, to let air flow through. You've got so you can imagine you've got your insulation in the floor, then you've got your membrane, and then you've got these, so there's gap, so if any moisture does get in there, it's a chance to evaporate rather than rot the wood. So I like this system. The other system would be to put 200mm beams in, joists in, and then 20mm plywood on top of that, or whatever final finish is. For me, I prefer this wood beam system. I think it gives less bounce in the floor, and it also means I can get away with 150mm joists, because in this area it is not cold like St. Petersburg or like Moscow or places or other cold places. It's not so cold, so it's enough here. But anyway, I'll show you, rambling, I'll show you what I've got to do before I put this in. So I've got this line in here, you can see I've got a line in all the way across, so I know where the wall's going, and you can see there's nothing to connect it to here. We've got a blank bit, so I've got to put a bit of stud work in here. So there's going to be 4 studs put in here, on that there, where the wall will connect to. So that's one job to do. And the other job is, of course, where the wall connects, I have to put studs underneath under the wall, which I hadn't done because I didn't know where I was going to split the wall. So if you can imagine, there's one little stud got to go in there where that wall connects, and there's another one over there that's got to connect. So 1, 2 there, and then probably another one right there as well. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 up there. There's a bit of stud work to go in before I put this wall up. So other than that, it's almost ready, so I'll put it in the corner and let you observe in quick time. Well, that wall was a bit of a struggle to get it in. It was a very, very, very tight fit. I had it there. So, but it's in now. And so we're all good there. Makes it very, very strong diagonally this way. Of course, there is now this wall to go in and those walls across there. So this wall's next, followed by that one. This one's only 10 by 50s or 100 by 50s millimeters, a thick wall, so very should be a quicker wall. Good evening, YouTubers. Well, that wall's up today, as you already have watched by now and seen, and tomorrow it's on with the wall between the kitchen and the boiler room, which is the 100 by 50s. So that'll be, I'm sort of, I'll turn you around and show you. The plan tomorrow is to get this wall up. I've got the internals cut and I've got the top and bottom cut, so just a case of nailing them in tomorrow, doing the diagonal brace and banging that in tomorrow, and then after that I'll think about what I'm going to do. Good morning, YouTubers. It's another lovely day. It's day 31. Nail count is just over 10,000 nails so far. Intend to get this wall up here today, so I'll put you down and get on with it. YouTube, as you can see, I've got a very bad eye, playing with the dog, and he caught me in the eye with his claw, and you can see I've got a claw mark down there. Great, almost a black eye, but not quite. Cut under the eye. But anyway, my own fault for playing with the dog. So didn't do much filming today. I wanted to concentrate on what I was doing rather than concentrate on where the camera was and the sun was, but I'll show you what I've been up to. So I've actually had 2 days off, and from the last video you saw I had put that wall in there, and I've done a little bit of stud work in there. So today basically cut some more of these planks for this place here, and they've got to be spread out a bit, but nothing special. And I got on with this centre wall here, which is now completed. Absolutely, there's a few nails to go at the top there, but nothing drastic. I've lost my step ladders, I put them over there and forgotten. Anyway, that's got to be clipped up and nailed at the top, but nothing special. And then tomorrow it's on with the inside of here, and there's a lot of work to go in here. I'm not sure where I'm going to go because it's difficult to put a platform in with planks because there's walls coming. I don't want, obviously they'll get in the way, so probably I'm out of timber for the bathroom wall. I haven't got the timber. It's supposed to be 100 by 50s. I haven't got it any, so I'm left with 150 by 50s. I've got some left over, so there's enough to do that wall there. So probably tomorrow it's on with that wall there, the bathroom and the toilet and bathroom and that wall. So kind of one wall goes down there, probably. That's where I'm going to go tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm going to do some measuring tomorrow and cut some planks to the right places and what have you. I might have to put another piece in the floor in here where the boards are going to go. I don't know yet. I think I've got to put another board in there. I think I missed one out. And you can see the line I've got running down here where that wall goes in today. So everything's ready for tomorrow, and then hopefully get this wall up tomorrow with a bit of luck. And once that's up, then on with this dividing wall, which is between the corridor or tambour hallway, entrance hallway, and the toilet wall and that bedroom wall. So there's like a big corner here and a wall across there. So not that much, but there's enough. Just about got enough timber to cover it. So hopefully tomorrow that's the plan. But anyway, it's been a long old day, and I'm ready for something to eat and a sleep now. So I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Evening, YouTubers. So I didn't do much filming today because mainly it was a lot of measuring and cutting boards and stuff for this sort of inner walls here. So I thought if the video would drag on and drag on and seeing nothing except me measuring, so I didn't film it. So but I am put one wall up that I forgot to film, and there's another one almost ready to go, sort of the outside frame's done, so I'll show you that anyway. So this is the last wall I did that you saw, and now we're moving through to the last third of the house, if you like. And in this third we've got the garderobe, which is the walk-in wardrobe. We've got the vanny, which is the bathroom. This wall here is a dividing wall between the bathroom and the walk-in wardrobe. So you can imagine master bedroom, walk-in wardrobe, bathroom. Then here we've got the doorway here. The doorway here runs into this corridor. So this corridor, there's nothing here, there's a wall here. Separate that wardrobe off, walk-in wardrobe off. And on the left here, we will have a short corridor and tambour. But we're not sure whether there's going to be a door on tambour or just an archway or something. That'll be the way into the front, into the living room. And then this way, you can imagine this corridor coming down here. You'll have a toilet in front of you there, separate. Bathroom over there, separate. So you've got the original design of this house. Let me show you this. The original design of this house was that was going to be the bathroom, and this was a third bedroom. But there's only two of us and we haven't got any children, so what was the point in having a third bedroom? It's just wasteful. So we've moved the bathroom over there, so we've got a bigger bathroom because we want a corner jacuzzi in there. That's going to be the walk-in wardrobe, and we wanted in the original design, the bathroom was designed a toilet and bath, shower, whatever, all in the same room, and we wanted jacuzzi in there. But while you're laying in the jacuzzi, we don't want the toilet right beside your head, so we separated it off and have a separate toilet there. So you've got the bathroom with a door there, and the toilet will be a door into there, a separate toilet, a small corridor, and then you've got the guest room, which is that there, and tambour and a bit of a corridor there. So that's how it is now. So tomorrow's plan is basically to get this frame up, which is one half of that wall with the doorway, and that half as well. It's a bit awkward because I haven't got the pieces down here, and there's also another wall obviously going in there and there. So it's kind of tight for space now, and I had to put that wall in basically because I've no room to build this wall in there. Or if I'd have put that wall in, I wouldn't have had any room to put that up. So getting a bit awkward now, but that's the way it is. Hopefully get this done now in the next few days, and once that's done, then it's on with the studs in all the walls. So I haven't done any videoing for a couple of days. I did do a live stream. If you saw that, you would have seen that a while ago now. I wasn't doing any filming because the nights are getting darker now, and I figured that you've seen one wall go up, you've seen how the diagonal bracing goes up and all that. I thought there's not much point in showing the same thing over and over again. And the other reason was that I wanted to actually get on with it and get some work done without thinking about camera angles and whatever and whatever. If you see some of my earlier videos, I've got my arse to the camera, not the prettiest camera shot, and so it's always a thing in my mind, and so I wanted to get some stuff done, and so I'll show you what I've been up to anyway. I'm not sure at this stage of filming what I showed you in the last video, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself. So this is the terrace, this is the kitchen going in, this is the sklad or katelny, boiler room if you like, where the boiler will go on the wall, and also a place where to stack preserves and whatever. Then this way, this wall is now completed, and this here in the centre. Now bear in mind I haven't done any of the stud work apart from a few bits here and the odd bits, you know, where I've connected walls and that, so there's a lot of stud work to go in yet. So this is the entranceway, will be the entranceway into the living room, and this is going to be probably a sliding type door, because if you notice it's wider than all the rest. So as you come through here, you've got the living room with a big window and what's going to be a big roof up there. So you come through here. The only exit from here is either through there into the kitchen or through here into the corridor. And the corridor, or hallway if you like, as you come through here, you go a left, goes into the tambor, which is the entrance hallway. So you got there should be a door here. We're debating whether to put a door here or just leave it as an arch or something, but we'll see. It's the size of a door. And then you've got the entranceway here. This is actually the main entrance to the house. The other one's into the terrace. So if you come this way in, there you go, into the tambor. So we'll have a cupboard here, probably sliding mirror doors that'll have shoes and handbags and ladies' rubbish and coats and that'll all go in there. That's that kind of place. So it'll all be hidden away. It's like a junk cupboard. So you come through into the hallway. You've got the right there into the living room. The left goes into, or will go into, the spare bedroom or the guest bedroom, which is here, as you can see. Coming out of the guest bedroom, I'm hoping I'm making this clear, back into the hallway, you've got to the left the toilet and bathroom. So this wall's no entrance into there. You got the toilet and bathroom. So this is a bit of toilet door, and that's the toilet, that wall's finished, and the bathroom is going through here, so as you can imagine. Originally the plan was that was supposed to be the bathroom. We've turned that into a walk-in wardrobe, and we wanted the toilet separate from the bath anyway, because it's going to be a corner jacuzzi in here hopefully, and we didn't want the toilet right beside. So if you had a corner jacuzzi here and a toilet there, when you're laying in the jacuzzi you've got a head right beside the toilet, and it's not the nicest of things, so we moved that over to there. What else? So that's a toilet in there. So if you come out of the bathroom, look left, and you're back into the main hallway corridor, which you got the guest room, the spare bedroom, and through here will be the master bedroom. So you come through here, master bedroom, which is at the moment is my workplace, and through here, big window and a walk-in wardrobe there. It's quite a big bedroom. It's only us two living here, so it's kind of huge for what we need, but hey, didn't really sort of, when we bought these plans, I didn't realise the size of this bloody bedroom. It's huge. You could split it into two, but anyway, that's life. And the walk-in wardrobe, there's actually enough room in here to put cupboards down the sides and whatever, and have that as something else, but life is life. That's where we've done it. So that's going to be the walk-in wardrobe. So that's it really. The walk-in wardrobe is going to have sliding doors as well. I've got to think of sliding doors. So that's it so far. All the internal walls are now up. Everyone's no more internal wall work to do. They're all there. The only thing I've got left really in here now to do, other than stud work, is to cut some boards for this floor here, which I'll do tomorrow or maybe today. So I've got to get those cut and put those in to cover that floor up. Again, these are only temporarily put down, these floors. When we go back to St. Petersburg for the winter, all these will be lifted and stacked and covered so that snow can't sit on them and whatever. But yeah, that's that. So all that's left now really in this place is to do all the stud work, of which there is a vast amount. There's a window to go in there, the toilet window. There is there's a window there, the bathroom window. All the studs have got to go in. The corner work has got to go in, so you can imagine the corner's another piece to go in there, the corner work. Each corner has to have that, something to connect to apart from that one. So you can imagine a lot of work to go in there. All the stud work in these internal walls, all this has got to be studded out, Another window there to be done. Coming through here, stud work. So coming through here, all this stud work has to be done. All this stud work has to be another window. All this to be studded. All this to be studded. Corridor has to be studded. This guest room has to, all this wall, back wall here has to be studded. Then this wall bits have to be studded and some extra studs because they're standalone. And you can see that timber is very warped there, so that'll be fun to try and get that in shape. But anyway, all this stud works here, and of course this big window has a lot of work to go into it. A lot of stud work to go in that. That's that'll take me a couple of days to do that on its own. All this stud work here to do at the back. There's another window in there to do. This window is a very important window. There's a gas boiler there, so it's the ventilation for that at the same time kind of thing, so very important. The kitchen window has to be done, which is going there. Another kitchen window there and a doorway there, so, and all the stud work that goes with it. So you can imagine there's a lot of stud work to do. So starting tomorrow it's on with the stud work. So I think this will be the end of this video, and in the next video it'll be on with the stud work. I will show some of it, I won't show all of it. I think we'll see how it goes. But so the stud work's all got to go in. And I'm hoping that I'll have I think I'll have the stud work done within a couple of days. It won't take me actually long to do the stud work. The windows take a bit longer because you've got to measure and whatever and get them level and that, but that's what stud work, or is case just going along the spirit level and or a what do you call it, laser, and putting a level on and banging them in. No big deal with the saw there, so very easy to do that, the stud work. The windows take a bit longer, but even so, I'll have this done in a couple of days. Good morning YouTube, we are on day 37 and the start of the stud work for the walls, windows, doors, etc. So I'll turn you around and show you what I'm going to do. So my plan today is to get this wall here, which is the kitchen entranceway into the terrace, to get this completely studded out. So we've got the doorway there, we've got the window there, some stud work there, some stud work there, some stud work there. So this third of the house I would like to get finished. I'm not sure if I'll get it all done, because there's actually 1, 2, 3 windows in here, so, and corners as well. I'm not sure how much timber I've got, so, but anyway, let's get on with it. So my first job this morning is to get this doorway done. That's the first plan, and it's an outside wall, so between each layer of timber has to have a layer of insulation, otherwise you get drafts through there. So first job is to get the insulation on this wall. So today I've moved on to the old Chinese battery powered sprayer. The reason is that the pressure sprayers keep getting blocked up every 2 minutes. It's like, I've had enough of it. Just they need to be, basically the in the antiseptic there's like leftovers, if you like, asadki in there or something, and it blocks up the holes, and it's like one thing after the, with this, all to unblock it, all I have to do is just unconnect that, pull that off, put that under the pressure washer, under the compressor, just blow it through, and that's it. It's just clear again. Only takes a second, so it's quite useful like that. But the trouble with these Chinese ones is the batteries again are useless. They're a pretty standard battery. This lasts about 1 minute and 20 seconds on this thing. That's it, that's all you get. But I found that the batteries from the Chinese saw are exactly the same size, and they fit on here just beautifully. So I've got one on charge now. I've only got one left, one broke. Put it on charge and they work forever. So it's pretty good. It throws out this stuff brilliantly. You've got a control for the thing, for the spray, and but the thing is quite small, so you're constantly refilling it, unfortunately. But in retrospect, if I thought about it, probably the better way would have been to get one of those big giant ones with a air hose and use the compressor. Would have been much better effective, but it is what it is, and this will do for now. As ever, I spray this as well. Make sure there's no bugs in there. I want to spray one side, then I put it up, and then I spray the other side when it's in position. This is where the clamps come in really handy. This is the last of this batch of nails, which means that when these are finished, that takes us up to 12,000 nails used so far. I have another 3,000 that I've got to collect. They're in the ozone at the moment. I just wanted to show you, there was an accidental firing of one a minute ago, and I want to show you exactly how dangerous these things can be if you're not careful. They've got a safety feature. Now my hand's away from the trigger. They've got a safety feature where they won't fire unless that's depressed. I'm not going to put my finger over the end, unless that's depressed. So you put it against it, that depresses, you fire the nail, right? But if you were to hold the finger on, you can just push it and it fires one in, right? So if you had your finger on that and you caught it against your clothes, you could end up with a nail in your leg. I'm not sure how far we're going, but I would think it'd be pretty painful. I'll demonstrate this. Don't try this one at home. It's kind of fun, but I'll show you just how dangerous these things are. I mean, I don't know if they'll stick in the actual wall or hit me in the face, but we'll give it a try just for experimental purpose. So that's the thing that's held it back, and then you hit the trigger. There we go. As you can see from that distance, it stuck a nail straight into the timber. I'm not sure if I got that on camera, but yeah. So you can imagine if you've got a child or something around, you don't want a child around. That's the result of these things. Very dangerous things if not used properly and carefully. So after my little demonstration, remove their things, and they nailed it. Actually went in about a centimetre, but quite a good amount. Just less than an inch into the timber from that distance. So very dangerous things. This doorway would have been much easier if I'd have built it on the floor and then raised the wall like I did over there, but the size of the wall, I'm on my own, getting very heavy, so didn't do that. So now I've got to sort of mess around a bit and get it in. Obviously I can't nail from the bottom up. On those ones it's fine, nail across. These ones I can't, so I'm going to have to put a piece at the bottom there, an extra piece in that I can nail to, which means an extra piece of insulation as well. So do that now. Good morning, YouTubers. So last night it started to rain. I didn't get a chance to film the end of what I was doing. Sort of grabbed everything, covered everything and ran for it. But it's dried up again now, so back on with it. So I'll turn you around and show you what I've done and what I'm planning to do today. Was the window finished, and started working away down the wall there with the stud-work. So now it's on with this window here and this stud-work here. That's completed. That was already completed. And probably I'm going to go down that wall there to there and that wall there, and that'll be this third once that bit's done. Oh sorry, no, I'm lying, aren't I? There's a window to go in there, but once I've got that done, that's 1/3 of the place done. So hopefully get at least that window in today.
so that's it. That's the last nail I've put in. There is no more left now. I have to go to Ozone, which is about just up the road here, about 1 kilometre, and collect my next 3,000 nails. But it's a Sunday, so and it's quite nice weather, so I was thinking more along the lines of I've got some stuff to move about. There's like material down here, material over there that needs to be moved inside, stacked up and sealed up, ready for the winter. So my plan is to do that today, and then tomorrow morning I'll go and collect the nails and then continue on with what I'm doing. So until tomorrow, see you again. Good afternoon, YouTube. So it's afternoon time on day whatever it is now. I'll put the date in the bottom and a little title. And we have decided that the weather is just too good at the moment to go back to St. Petersburg and pack up for the winter. So it's just very warm and dry and perfect weather for this. So the decision that we've made is that we've ordered 2 more cube. We're getting a bit more, actually, a bit more than just over 2 cube of timber. It's not fresh cut, it is dry, I believe, but nearly always sawmills lie their asses off to you, and they say it's dry and it's really wet, and so really don't know what's going to arrive. I mean, they can show you, you can go down to the timber yard and say, what, this timber here, unless you see it being loaded, you could end up with anything. So it's a case of wait and see. But even so, it doesn't really matter for the next part of this construction. The next part of this construction is, well, obviously I'm doing still on the stud work. There's a lot of stud work to be done still, but this timber, really the idea of it is for the top plate, or the Verkhnya obvязка. And I'll take you here and turn you around and show you what I mean. This is the frame of the house here, and you can see now, as you can see, the walls, follow my finger, the walls go up, and then you've got the frame. So you've got each frame is a square, or one big square if you like, if you were doing it in one piece. So you've got the Nizhnya obvязка, which is the bottom plate if you like, or the sill, I suppose you'd call it, at the bottom of there. And then you've got the floor, then you've got the wall. Well, on the top here goes exactly the same, basically, is a top plate. So, or Verkhnya obvязка, top obvязка, top platform, and that goes on top of there, where my finger is now. There's two layers to go on there, 150 by 50, and then once that's on, then another piece of timber goes on, but it goes on this way on, if you can imagine. These 2 layers go on like this, and the next layer goes on like that, and they go on the top there, and then the ceiling joists go across there. Now there's no second story here, but even so, there's still going to be ceiling joists where the insulation is going to be, not where the big window is, but around the rest of the house, so kind of a U shape around the house. So that's what this timber is intended for. So I'm hoping that it's dry. If it is dry, it means I can use it straight away. If not, then it's a case of spraying it and using it anyway, because it will dry up there very quickly, and then coming back. But it's going to have the old insulation in everywhere, and I mean everywhere. It's going to be really sealed up tight. That is a classic place for cold to come in, under the floors and the top of the ceiling, so it's got to be really, really done well. So that's the plan, to get all that done, and probably do it a bit at a time. Do a bit of the stud work and a bit of that as well at the same time. Kind of, there's quite a detailed plan of how it goes, and I might insert a plan of the top plate into the video at the bottom here somewhere. So keep an eye out for that. I'll show you how the top plate is laid out. And so anyway, waiting for the timber to arrive, so I'll try and catch it on video when it does arrive.
So that's it, we're done for today. That's almost 2.5 cube of timber. It's not bad stuff, it's fairly dry. There is some odd wet ones in there, but generally it's, as he said, it's dry stuff, so very happy with it. It's all now sprayed up and ready for use. So tomorrow back onto the Perimishka, the studs, and starting of some top plate. So back on today. The plan today is I've got really 2 plans. I want basically I don't want that timber to be laying there forever. I wanted to get it up onto the wall. So the plan is today is to finish off this window here, that window there, and then if I'm planning to get these bits of studded in there, not much to go in there, and then that first piece of Verkhnya obvязка to go onto there. And that's going to be difficult to film. I don't know if I can, because it's up high and I'm down low, so we'll see if I can manage to get it. But that's the plan today. So that is this part of the wall completed here altogether. That's that window, and this is completed as well, which I did before, as you know. And that leaves this side here. There's no windows in here, it's just a door there, and there's no, I keep thinking that's a door and it's not. So really I'm going to put on now the Verkhnya obvязка there, which is by the plan here, which I already put in a previous video. It is on my plan. It is this piece there. So you can imagine that's orientated right now. I'll show you this so you understand. So that's the kitchen window, right? And that is the plan. So you can imagine, just focus here on that. That's the kind of the orientation of it now. So you can see on the left there is where that top piece would go. So that's my next plan, is to get that piece in there. First of all, I've got to get jutevi insulation right across the top of there. So that's the next step. I can't show you that from down here. I haven't got a platform, I've got set ladders. I'm not filming that up there, so. But that's where it goes across. In fact, will I try it? Let's try it. So you wouldn't believe how dodgy I am stood on a step ladder showing you this on camera, but anyway, that's where it goes, all the way across the top to there. So that if there's any inconsistencies like here, slight differences in the timber between there and there, there's like a couple of mil difference, that due to be will stop any gaps coming in there, and that's the stuff you want. It's natural material, it doesn't itch or anything. I think it's flax or something. But that's where it goes. If you're having your house built by builders or you're doing it yourself, make sure that due to be insulation goes between the top layer of the wall and the top plate. If it's a second story house, the same again. You want that stuff in. If they're not putting it in, you are going to have problems, and they may fob you off with things like, oh, the wind membrane will stop any drafts coming in. No, it won't. Take my word for it, you've got to have that stuff in there. It only takes a few minutes and it saves a lot of cold coming. You see it on houses time and time again where they've got spray foam coming out the walls, and it's where they've tried to seal up the gaps where that stuff's not been put in. It's very cheap, it's natural material, put it in, or get your builder to put it in. If they've not got it in, you should be asking why it's not being put in there, because it's a vital stage in keeping your house thematically insulated, if you know what I mean. If that's the right word, thematically. But anyway, that's on there now, so on with the next bit. This stuff has already been sprayed, but I'll give it a second coat anyway. If you're wondering, I put 3 nails in every 10 centimetres or so for the obviously. So, let's see, that piece is in now, and the idea is that that piece goes across there all the way between this kind of an inside wall and those are the outside walls, if you can imagine. So there they go all the way, and this stops there. So this piece over the top interlocks those two walls. Then the next layer obviously goes down there. The next layer is the opposite way around. This piece goes over first, and then this is an inside piece, so it gives like a lock on the timbers where the joints are. So you've not only got strength in the uprights, what would you call them, uprights I suppose, then you've got the diagonal bracing, then you've got the stud work, and then you've got that on top extra to make a very, very, very stable wall. You can do that top timber out of solid timber, or you can do it in pieces like I'm doing. If you do it out of solid timber, that means you've got to put joints on the corners and start messing around. This way is far easier. The timbers are a lot lighter, and if there's any bent timbers, you've got a chance to straighten them out, whereas if you've got the thicker stuff, you've no chance. So, but 2 layers on there anyway. That's the first layer on, and the second layer won't go on until this piece is on. So this next piece up there, and it's 100 by 50. I don't have any of that, so I've had to quickly rip this piece down here to 100 by 50. 100mm by 50mm. So spray that up. On this is an internal wall. There's absolutely no need to put that due to the insulation. It's not a requirement. It's not going to do anything. It's just a waste of material. However, on the end there, where it joins that must be insulated, that piece there. So that's all there is to insulate on it. So that's the top part put on up there now, and you can see that piece goes across there, this internal wall, across the other side to this wall, and the same on that side. So it's fixing this wall to that wall. So it's an extra piece. Now the next piece goes in across there between these two, and that's next. It's quite typical when you see houses and you always hear the same old complaint: the corners are cold. Why are the corners of my house cold? It's only been built a year or it's 2 years and the corners are always cold. Why is it? And the reason is simple. They're not putting this insulation in between the joints, especially between the top obvязка, the top plate, and each layer has to have a layer of that insulation. If it's not, then it's gonna blow draft through there. Whether you choose to use due to be this stuff or you can use expanding foam, it's up to you. Whichever you prefer. I prefer this natural material because it does breathe a little bit, whereas obviously spray foam does not breathe at all. So you take your choice, you pay your money and takes your choice, don't you? But that's why people complain about cold corners. You'll hear it all the time. Cold corner, oh, house got cold corners. Why is that? It's because it's because it's not insulated properly. That's all. It's just quickness. Brigade, or they call them work brigades over here. So it's a gang of 3, if you like, that do build these houses, this type of housing, and they get paid by the job. So the houses say it's $500,000 rubles or $500,000 to build a house for you, build a frame for you, and they'll do it in 6 weeks. Well, they will do it in 6 weeks. They'll be in and out of there as quick as a flash. But little things like your insulation between each joint will not happen. Spraying the ends joints won't happen. So if you want to have a warm house, you need to keep your eye on that, and you know, and tell them straight away. These joints should have insulation in between them. The ends must be sprayed. It may cost a little bit more, might take a bit longer, but at the end of the day, in a year down the road, you're not going to be sitting at -20 in your house in your coat because there's a big draft coming through, you know. So it's worth that little bit of extra time, or if you're not building yourself, extra money to do that in the early stages, and then you won't have these problems later on. It's a common problem all over Russia, cold drafts coming in, and that's what's causing it. And then they might get some old lather about the wind membrane will stop any drafts. No, it won't. They'll still come in. You can never seal it in 100%, but that is one of the main ones between the floor and the bottom plate, or obvязка, and between the top of the wall and the Верхняя обвязка, or top plate, is the place where I call to it, and also between the top plate and the ceiling, or the top plate or the bottom plate and the floor. Those places are where you're going to get your massive drafts coming in, and that's where you lose a lot of heat out of your house. You know, okay, you can turn up the heating a bit extra, but that's not the point. You know, if it's very cold outside, you can be very cold inside. You know, you're having to spend extra, so something to keep an eye on if you're having a house built or you're building yourself. Make sure you've got that insulation, or your builders are doing it for you. Good morning, YouTube. So it's day whatever it is, 40 something, and today's activities are trying to get more of this stud work and top plate done. So I'll turn you around and show you what I'm up to. Today, we got that bit done yesterday, the top plate on there, blah blah blah, saw that. So today I'm trying to get this stud work done and that top plate up there. When that top plate there is done, that means that it interlocks with this wall here. So when that interlocks with there, that means I can then put in the pieces in there, and in there, which means that that piece is basically completed. So then I can put the final top plate on there, the edge piece, and get the ceiling in. So kind of want to work on this half here and kind of work on the ceiling if I can. So that's the plan today. You saw just before I put this top plate on, this wall was very flexible, not very solid, moving about a bit. So that top plate there, I mean, I don't have my nails I put in there, but there's probably something like 60 or 70 nails I've banged in there. But this is now this wall here, if you can imagine, it's solid. There's no movement in there at all. That's the first. There's actually two pieces to go on there, so The reason I'm this is the second piece of timber I cut. The first piece was slightly bent. I didn't like it, and the reason I'm being so careful with this one piece here is that this is not just an ordinary dividing wall between the living room and the bedroom. This is actually a load bearer. This is the central wall here is the load bearer for the roof ridge, and it has to be strong. There's no umming and ahhing about it, so I had to have a good straight piece in there and well fastened in. And you see now there's no movement, and that's ready for the next piece. Is actually a small wall to go on there on top, which supports the roof and between the ridge as well. So it's quite an important wall. So I took the time with when I put the piles in, I knew about this wall and very carefully put this in. So it's an important piece of the construction. It's finished. But anyway, now that's finished, I can now get on and put in this piece here, and finish off this bit here. And then once those bits are in, I can actually start going across the other way for the second layer. So very happy about that so far. One I wanted to get done for a while. I was never happy with that wall, the way it moved around in there. I was concerned about leaving it over the winter period. I thought, well, if I'm going to do any piece, it has to be that piece there. Didn't want that moving around at all. Well, you can see how this. If you look up there, you see where I've missed one. It's gone straight through at an angle. That happens. It's happened all the time. So, just life with a nail gun. But anyway, on with this piece here next. Well, that's the first layer of top plate for this part of the house, and you can see now how it interlocks. So you got a piece going along there, other piece along there, and another piece going along there. That interlocks. So the next piece goes flat on top across those, create a kind of bridge and lock it in place, and that's the same all over. It works like that. This is a better angle probably without the sun. You can see here, this one's not completed, but you can see it comes in this way, and then that's there. And so the next piece will go on top and lock it in place. Kind of, it's a really good system. Here's the other side of that one. As you can see, that piece comes through, and then the next piece will go on top of those to make a sort of solid joint and a lock. So it's a great idea. It's a great system. I prefer this system to thick beams. It's easier and it's stronger and it's easier. Yeah, you can do it one. I can do it one person. If those were beams of what was it, 100 by 150s, no way I'd lift them up on my own. So you can see it's a lot easier this way. So it's a good system. And I'd recommend anybody not to use Bruce nowadays, but to use this type of system. For the obvязка, it's doski packet, and it's the same for the top, doski packet. So I will recommend using this system. Much easier to do, and it's easier on the workers as well. Whoever's building it, or if you're building it yourself, much lighter and more. You can, if something goes wrong, you can. If you've got a bent piece and something, it's horrible. You can use it somewhere else. You can move it around. You can straighten it. You can work with it. With thick timber, you've no chance. Once it's on, it's on. Anyway. Good evening, YouTube. So I did live stream mainly today what I was doing, so this last bit I haven't videoed, but I'll show you anyway so that you can see what I've been up to. You know, today I've got these pieces up here of the top plate, and this is all done now, and the top plate along there and the top plate along there is all finished, and in here the sclad or boiler room is practically finished. I've got the window in now, all those bits are in, all insulated, all that side's in. There's a couple of things I haven't done yet. I've got to put a piece of extra timber in behind here, which is where, sort of like this, if I can show you, so like that, it's where the wall, where the final finish connects onto. So if you can imagine on this side where I've done it, the final finish will go on this side and on this side, so that's your final finish. So it's a kind of adding piece. It's not structural, it's just literally to connect the final finish to. So that's got to be done in that corner, and then it's just this little wall here that's got to be finished off, which I've left open to the last minute to give me a way to get through without having to go all the way around. But that's almost finished. So tomorrow is on with this top plate along here, and then once this top plate is finished, I am planning on doing the rest of the top plate all the way around this third of the house, and then on with the ceiling joists on this side. So all these ceiling joists will be in. Well, they won't all be in tomorrow, but they've all got to go in. And then once those are in, then it's on with the stud work in the ceiling. So then it'll be this will be this third of the house completed when that's done. So, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Good morning, YouTube. So, lovely day again, lovely sunshine. And I'll show you around and show you what I'm up to today. After yet, excuse the compressor. Oh, it's finished. Excuse the compressor that's so yesterday we got all that done, a lot of this work done, and some of the top plate done. So today the plan is to get this part of the top plates up, and once that's up, I've got a piece there, I'm deliberately leaving that out to give myself a walkway. Once that's up, then it's on with the ceiling joists. I'm hoping to get 1 or 2 ceiling joists up today, maybe, but we'll see how it goes. So that's it for today, folks. I'm done. that's the top part of this done, which you'll have seen just a minute ago, and some other parts done. There's a lot more to go yet, but what I can tell you is that when you put these pieces in, the walls really took on every kind of piece you put in, every stud, every piece, it becomes stronger and stronger. It really is it's a brilliant piece of engineering when you think about it. Whoever thought up frame housing with wood really is a brilliant engineering, and you really can feel that there's no movement in the walls. I mean, this piece here now, we've got what, 2 pieces on at the top, so that's 150 thick at the top, and the wall is absolutely, there's nothing, there's no vibration, you know, no movement at all. Even this little thin wall here, and it's not completed yet, there's a little piece to go up there and a doorway to do. Even this is absolutely no movement. It really is make a difference. So yeah, if you're following me, don't forget to like, or if you don't like, put a thumbs down, whatever, but subscribe. Let's get the numbers up for subscriptions up, and so other people can find this channel. It helps the YouTube algorithm, whatever you call it, to pump the channel out to people who may be coming to Russia, who are interested in this type of housing, and they get to see it as well. So anyway, for me, it's good night, and I'll see you again tomorrow morning. YouTube, I'm recording this. This is the end of the season. This is actually it. We was gonna stay. If you saw my lives, I was gonna stay. We were gonna stay here, and the weather has turned to such a degree that it's actually dry for the first time in 2 days at the moment. The wind's blowing and it's getting ready to rain again, but it was actually quite nice a few minutes ago when the sun was out. But it's the rain is just constant, and we looked at the forecast and looked at the forecast and looked at a lot of different weather forecasters, and it's saying rain all month until what we're now till November. And I'm not going to stay and just sit in a glorified hut for a month waiting for the weather to pass. It's just too long. But it's something to bear in mind if you're coming to Russia as an immigrant. Come on, son. If you're coming to Russia as an immigrant, be aware that if you're going to build a house here, that it is weather dependent. It is seasonal. If you're doing it on your own, like I've done, you won't have time to do it all in one season. You're talking 3 or 4 seasons, maybe, unless you've got help. But solo build, 3 or 4 seasons because of the weather. You know, what can you do with the weather? You can't do anything. You can't do anything against it. If it's raining, it's raining, and it has been, and it's now to a point where everything's getting wet. I can't work electrical tools in the wet, so that's it at the end of the season. So if you're watching my videos, or I advise you to watch my videos if you're coming to Russia as an immigrant or coming to build a house here in Russia. Watch my videos, do the old like if you want, or dislike if you don't like, and leave a comment. Always happy to see comments. I always reply to comments. And so for me, for the end of this season, I'll see you hopefully in season 3, which will be coming hopefully in April or May.